Hello. Thank you for stopping by, whether you're here during the live stream or watching this whenever. Um, yeah, I thought I'd do a little stream like I used to do, especially since this past Friday was sort of aborted after an hour and a half. The last half hour being pretty glitchy because of a new system I tried to implement, and that didn't pan out. Bought something for nothing, but you gotta do what you gotta do. So still working on that. Hello, Future Phase. How you doing? Hello, Yvonne. Coffee and a puff. What could a puff be, huh? Hello, Kroiners. So yeah, today is a little bit different than usual. Not playing records, just gonna talk a little bit, and hopefully some of you will join, and we'll have a little bit of a chat about records, music, and whatever comes to our mind surrounding all of that. I started my day by recording a video, actually, with my friend, French vinyl addict, Romuald, for the French channel. uh, Hello, Chris. Hello, Claude. Yeah, we did record. Basically, we started to do this series of listening along. Like I pick a record that is sort of a classic, if not a stone cold classic, but not necessarily like well known, well established in the mainstream. And then we listen to it together. He discovers it. I have the emotions surfacing from the past, and we listen to a record. And today we listen to this, the first studio album from Pavement, which meant we listened to the whole context, meaning we listened to the single and the B-sides and the EP that came after, Watery Domestic. And a blast from the past, as they say, even if that record will always be within me. It's sort of a genre-defining album from 92, recorded in late 90, early 91. The duo of Steven and Bob, with the addition of their drunk drummer, this kind of paved the way for the indie rock lo-fi wave of the 90s. And it's an extraordinary record. Like listening to it from start to end with a friend who's discovering it with me, that was quite interesting and revealing in many ways. It's it's not necessarily, there's no music like that coming out anymore. I mean, there's people doing the same thing, but doing the same thing is not doing the same thing, if you catch my drift, as they were inventing the grammar back then. So a copy of something that was breaking the mold. You can't break the mold by emitting the mold. Hello, Baba Bouille 666. Hello, Art Noulart. Salut, Perplexe. Ah, yeah. Le maillot jaune, the red. So the yellow jersey, Perplex references the French bicycle, like cycling tour that is ending today, and awarding the yellow jersey. Except in this case, hello, Ed. So yeah, if anyone wants to join, I put the link here. It's pinned up here. You just click there, and and follow and if I want to to talk with you, you will come up. And I already sent out sort of clues to some out there. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, the summer. This past week was probably the week I got the least amount of records all year long, if not like even for the past like 2-3 years. And that was good to get back to listening to Pavement that way. Hello, Michael. Yeah, if you want to join and just chat about records, music, your channel, or other stuffs, just follow the link pinned there. I think Chris might come at one point. Maybe sometime Ed will turn up. Who knows? We've never seen him. I've seen a picture of him, I think, but a view from outside the shed. Okay. There's the pear tree, raspberries, blackberries, blackcurrant, lingonberry, wild strawberries, and a bunch of other fruits and des baies sauvages. How do you call that family of fruits? Hello, Jens. I see you changed your avatar here to a Marvel one. Huh? Interesting. I didn't know you were a comic book head. There you go. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Not too hot. I mean, of course, the sun on you, that's not going to be helpful. But yeah, I know a bunch of records are finding their ways to me next week. But I've been spending quite some time lately working on writing. Writing for the Substack channel and also for a novel I'm working on. Berries, thank you, Yvonne. And blackberries, yeah, they just popped up 3-4 days ago. I mean, turned black. Blackberries, they stay sort of green and then they turn like purple and then black, but the purple to black is it's within the same day. So here every morning, instead of like for breakfast, I just go out and fill a little bowl of blackberries, as blackberry are not that good, except if you eat them straight away. They lose a lot of their taste after you pick them. So not very music or record related, but yeah, I guess a snippet into the life around the record shed. But funnily enough, doing that video about Pavement's first album this morning, I had to find the record. I had already organized everything except then finding the record. And I know where it's supposed to be, but I also knew there was a good chance it wasn't going to be there. So, no surprise, it wasn't there. So I had to go through other record messes in other buildings. And at the end, I think I went through maybe 700 records, maybe a little more before I found it. It is what it is. It's part. I mean, digging in your own collection. This is what actually I'm doing here. This is what I like. My preferred mode of experiencing my record collection. Let's see. Yeah, sunny Sweden. Does anyone ever knock on the shed when you're doing a show? Niels. Niels is the only one doing that. Niels is my friend who comes. Usually he tells me he's gonna come. He's maybe gonna come, and instead of confirming, he just turns up and knocks on the shed, which can be a bit problematic since there's not enough room for the two of us in it right now. But who knows? Sometimes it works. I think, I mean, this is my favorite Pavement album. Um, I mean, if you can still connect with the quirkiness and melodic inventivity of the Beatles, yeah, these two records are more than worth, according to me, revisiting. Sure, it is like pop rock or the indie rock lo-fi kind, but it's very playful and there's a lot of it take unexpected turns all the time, especially through the vocals. The vocals are somewhat reminiscent, and the music as well of the Fall. So that could be your entry point, Art Nullart. Um, he doesn't his singing is not necessarily false, but it is sort of just right besides. There's something angular, and but the flow is quite extraordinary. You could say he's probably influenced by Marky Smith, also maybe by hip hop a little bit, and I would say the Beatles. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Yeah, it's already getting late for these, by the way, but so much of these berries worth eating while you pick them up. Do I have any positive or negative experience sharing out uh, my collection on discogs? My collection on discogs is not visible because I had negative experiences. Um, the negative experiences come mostly. Hello, Ron. How are you doing? Hello, Torsten. Um, the negative is mostly when you have records that are very desirable and elusive, people contact you to ask if you would like to part with them, to sell them. And a long time ago, I made my rule when this questioning come uh, to reply, make me an no. The answer is no, but make me an offer I can't refuse, and we'll say and we'll see. And it has happened a few times, especially two times that I can think of. And the offer came, and the offer was absolutely impossible to refuse at the time being, and I regret these. I don't remember what I used the money for exactly. I know it was records, but I don't remember which record specifically. Um, that would be a bit too nerdy, but I know some do. um, and yeah, I'm not wealthy. I'm not rich, so there's that possibility. And with experience, knowing that I regret these sales, yeah, I put my collection on Discogs on private mode, so that happens less. It will still happen because people are smart, and if they see you rated a record and your collection is invisible, is private, maybe you have it, and they can still contact me. That still happens. I've also had good experiences selling records that, especially like dance music 12 inches, that were good but not necessarily essential, and sold them to people at the highest point of their marketplace history, because people contacted me a little desperate. And so that's the positive experience. Sometimes also you could say that people will see what you have and can share. Um, you could create a community, a little community there. But I've already done that. Every time I get a new record in my collection, I put it in the latest acquisition thread in a little forum I run on discogs. It's not it's public, but it's not advertised, and it's mostly for myself that I do that, to have access so that I can remember, if need be, when I got a record. Because here's the thing, a rule I have. Let's see. Hello, Torsten. Yeah. Discovering the records as they stumble upon you, your hands. Actually, I have something to tell you about Discogs, maybe, but oh yeah, we have a guest. Dumping vinyl, pee pee and poopy. Okay, I don't think we're gonna go far with that. Uh, I don't always. I mean, there's records that, um, but yeah, I remember every single record I parted from, or with. Sorry. Hello, Sean. How you doing? Yeah, of course it's nice, but sometimes you didn't plan to sell your records, and yeah, it's fun. But let's see. How is Chris's how is Chris's selling habit?
My
How you
selling
doing, my
habits?
friend?
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you just fine.
All right, cool. They're doing okay. I'm just like a little small guy, so it's just kind of like a slow income for me. But it's been pretty steady. I've only been selling records personally for maybe 2, 3 years now,
Hmm.
and
Where are you located in the U.S.?
I'm in Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh yeah, yeah. Now I remember. And I say I remember not because he told me, but because I've noticed that in his videos, and I encourage you to go check Chris's channel, a low-key VC channel. He's been doing
Yeah,
it for a while, and I seem to be one of the few people commenting on these videos.
I mean, I asked you to. I really appreciate it. I'm not
No,
really
but like,
doing.
yeah, you're one of these channels that remains under the radar, and that I do. You're literally one of the few channels where I do find um, ideas for records that either I wasn't aware of or that were not hardcore on my radar. Because your digging, I think, is quite similar to mine, but you're in a different phase than me.
Yeah,
So
very much so. I mean, like I'm just. I want to say it's brand new, but um, the mission on finding really good avant-garde or really abstract music, or even like just cool covers, like that's been a big thing for me now recently.
but you also, what I like about your channel is that you will also embrace the most, uh, how do you say, indigenous music of where you live from,
Yeah,
where you live in. Like you will play like a soft rock track
yeah,
that will have a sort of obliqueness,
yeah,
but something like common records that like you could find in dollar shops that
very much
just
so.
needs to be found under the right angle to be appreciated.
Yeah, I shine the light on the dollar fines and the cheesy stuff because there is good quality stuff in there if you sit down with it. You know,
Mm.
but I kind of grew up on that. Being in like concert band and marching band, I love big band sounds and just really tight orchestrations. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. That's something I noticed that you keep coming back to, like in the jazz. You seem to like in the more like soul funk music, even in the. I mean, we talked recently privately about the this label, Leaving Records, that sort of
Yeah,
has like hands into new age, spiritual jazz, field recordings, um,
it still has
Balearic.
like, yeah, it's still got like boom bap. It's still got like
Yeah.
really cool like modern up and coming things. It's all over. It's a big um, span of
Now, be
many fingers and
honest.
toes.
Be honest. Are you a
Hmm.
child of Wax Poetic?
Ish, not really. I
Okay.
know of. I
Hmm.
guess for me that really sparked the digging aspect for me was Madlib
Yeah. Which
because
Madlib is of Wax Poetic in a way.
okay, my bad.
It's
Yes,
the
very
same
much so.
culture of like,
Yes.
for me, when I say Wax Poetic, for the people who don't know what I'm talking about, it was like a magazine fanzine dedicated to digging culture and music culture that had originally a black music angle, but that would also discover crowd rock, ambient, spiritual
Yeah, Zoom.
jazz, and all that.
Yeah,
So it was coming from sort of like a breaks, a beats perspective,
very much so.
but and I think it was from Chicago. So there was also the whole tortoise frill jockey aspect of this post rock that could be instrumental, which yeah, beat makers
Yeah, we
could
look for that.
yeah.
And that's also something that I do as well, but I don't really I guess it's just a fun hobby. But I mean, I compose stuff. I'm in like improv groups. Like there's a huge music background that comes with this, but like being able to just chop up stuff that's a new science that I am digging into and enjoying very much so.
Yeah. And Atlanta is known for a certain type of music in the past like couple of decades.
Yeah, it's around every day. You won't catch me really doing anything like that, but I know I know how it goes.
And it's funny because your Atlanta is sort of like one of the ultimate American cities. It's like the city
Hmm.
of Coca-Cola. It's
Yes,
the gay capital of America.
yes, it is.
It's a very specific hip hop sound.
Yes.
It's right above Florida, so
Hmm.
it's basically it's Black Florida in a way, isn't it?
I'd nah, well, everyone here calls it Atlantis, so
Yeah.
yeah, it's its own thing. It's its own world of anybody can do whatever they want and make
Mm.
money off of it. It's just convincing people.
I used to be friends with this guy from Atlanta called Richard Devine, electronic musician.
Mm.
He's become sort of a guru of. He's the go-to guy when synthesizer companies want to have like a someone do videos about it. He's become the influencer on new synths. He was releasing music in the 90s, like hardcore techno, and then he went into IDM and he was hyped by Aphex Twin
Mm.
because when Aphex Twin toured, when he was in Atlanta, he met Richie, who was making his own synthesizers, which is somewhat true. And but he was releasing music on Schematic, uh, my friend's label in Miami,
Cool.
and licensed on Warp Records.
Sick.
And but I think he's still in Atlanta. But so how's digging in Atlanta?
Oh, it's great. Also, like I'm not from I've only been living in Atlanta for maybe like 3 years now.
Okay, where are you
I
from originally?
oof, there's so many places, but the north, Pennsylvania and Boston, just like the hard Northeast is where I really was. So when you said pavement, like I know I'm very well aware of pavement and been in their coffee shops that are all along Alston and Brighton and Boston. But it is great. I I'll go to like a Goodwill, or my wife has been really keen on doing estate sales now, which is a lot of fun. Sad and fun. You're digging into people's
Yeah.
personal lives, but you're taking care of things that they can't anymore. Um, and I know it's not over there, but it's this place called Second and Charles that I will definitely mess up. It's like a Barnes and Nobles, I guess, just like hand me down secondhand things that get second chances, Second and Charles. But that's probably where I'll do a lot of damage. But it just depends. I'll look everywhere, anywhere,
And how often do you look, and why do you look that often?
because other people aren't, and sometimes most of the stuff is still staying there. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, it's my time. Um, there's some really cool antique spots that I'll definitely mess around in. Sometimes the prices aren't right. And if they're there, um, you can just talk to them and reason with them because it's just been sitting there.
Do you does it happen you buy expensive records,
Through discogs and eBay.
but locally?
Locally, I just get lucky. Some people just don't understand what they got,
Hmm.
or they just want to get rid of stuff. Um, then I'll get lucky and find some good ones, but nothing. What was the craziest thing? Probably I got the Dick Hyman moon gas for like $30. He didn't know anything about it. I was like, dude, I will take that from you.
So you have a bunch of good options locally.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
very much so. But and then mind you, like you said, Florida's right there. I got Tennessee right above me, and Alabama right next to me.
Ah. So
So
you travel for records.
yes.
Just think about it. Like, this is a perspective that seldom gets discussed in the VC. How being a record collector, lover, uh, can trigger some pretty crazy adventures,
Yeah,
traveling wise.
yeah, we have lots of stories, and that's the another thing about having physical material is remembering how you got it and when you got it.
Yeah.
Um, it's just part of the journey, I guess. But yeah, my wife has slowly been becoming accustomed to exploring and digging, and wherever we've gone, all over Boston, traveling down here to Georgia, and just going around the neighbor states, like we've been having a really good time just going to different shops and figuring out what we can get, meeting new
Yeah.
people.
I hope I get to do some digging trips in the U.S. again.
Have you
This
been?
might. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've been essentially in Florida, which was
Mm-hmm.
amazing, but that was over 20, yeah, 20 plus years ago. So my knowledge is very different now than what it was. Uh, I would probably dig in a completely, not probably, I would definitely dig in a completely different way now. And I hear like my friends from back then, they still do it. They run actually a record store in Miami, and we know where people retire to die in the
Mm-hmm.
US. So a lot of people bring records with them, and it seems like Florida is crazy for finding rare, expensive shit. Uh,
Midwest, still it's untouched.
yeah,
You know, we I had a friend just recently moved to it's this little spot underneath Brazil. I think it's called Patachi, and he has a storage unit right now that he's trying to move down of just loads of stuff, and that's kind of how it is in Florida. Just storage units just sitting.
yeah, the storage units and people who also have warehouses and that they
Hmm.
kind of forget about, and someone tip you on it, and there's like 2 million records inside of
Yeah,
that.
yeah. There was
Yeah.
this new page on Instagram I found where it's like you said, it's a big old warehouse, and people go and auction off storage units, and then you just go digging in these big old bins, and you'll find 45s, old record players, you name it. It's wild.
But for people like us with this kind of wide-spanned interest, genre-wise,
Yeah.
It's both a curse and a blessing. It's mostly a blessing, to be honest.
Okay.
And you, as you said, like the stuff that you pick up that is being left, that you basically have time on you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just like, okay, well, this has still been here for maybe like 2 months. Let me just crank out a couple of hours and have that chunk of change and pick it up next week because no one's looking at it or no one knows what it is. Or in a lot of cases, renting a lot of spots down here, it's a little difficult. So a lot of antique shops are always moving.
Mm-hmm.
So
and
it's
when
always
they move, yeah,
yeah, that goes down. Yeah, they got to figure out how to get rid of it somehow.
There's a record you played recently on one of your videos that if you know where it is in your collection, it would be fun for you to pick out.
Yeah, for sure.
One that that I think I've saw it before, but for some reason it was the environment one.
Oh yeah, which one? The Summer Cornfield?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Which I shouldn't say because I still haven't gotten myself a copy of it. And normally I should like keep it on the low until I get my own copy. It's a dirt cheap record though.
Yeah,
so
it's super cheap, dude. You don't gotta worry about it. You can get all of them, like I did.
and that's the thing is like first just show the one.
Yeah, let me figure out which one it is.
And if anyone wants to join us on screen, feel free to do so.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'll make you big here. So this, I think this is a record. So what's the name of the guy?
Oh, the guy? Let's see.
Anyways, the guy who did that, it's essentially a field recording. But the thing is that with this one, he started his own label. This is the first. I think this is the first release on his own label. I might be wrong about that.
This is disc 7 from the series, but
Oh no! I know exactly what it is now. Like this was originally released somewhere else, I think, on a massive label, and that helped him start his own label.
Gotcha.
And so it's a field recording of literally what you just said, cornfields.
Yeah.
And because of the insects, the wind, and the friction and all that, it's a big ass drone record.
Yes, it is. It's amazing. That's what all these are. It's an 11-part series, and it's just there's like gongs and bells and creaks. There's like even like chants. And I've smashed all of these together at I did a live show one time. It was like xylophone, upright bass. My friend had a big ass cymbal and piano, and I had 2 turntables, and I would mixing the field recordings, and someone was reciting poetry. It was The Library by Louis Borges.
Okay, Louis Rosé Borges. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta get me on my French.
Well, he's not French. He's from
Spain.
No, from Latin America. But show them again quickly because I want to ask the chat if you guys have seen these records and completely like passed them without ever thinking about it. And see, Sean says here, I see those environment albums in the shop occasionally, but I always overlook them.
Grab them. Get this one. This one with the heart. Amazing. But they're all great.
Yeah, and I checked on discogs, and you can find VG Plus copies of these for $2.
Like $5, $2, yeah. Easy peasy.
Yeah, Coiner says it's a classic series, but it's also an American series. It's not. It's something you don't see these records in Europe that much,
Yeah,
and
you were asking about it. I was like, I guess they really don't have this issued out there.
yeah, I mean, the way we collect, we live in the global world, but
Mm.
still, the cheap stuff. It's you'd rather find it in the in yeah locally
Over here.
than yeah.
Yeah. That is
Maybe
true.
I'll ask you to find this for me and.
Yeah, you want me to? I could do that for you
Mm.
real easy.
But see, Ed, who lives in the UK, never seen these,
Wow.
and these were not small pressings. These are all around in the US, I assume.
Yeah, they're massive. You can find them in a dollar bin or not as often, but they can be in a dollar bin pretty easily. I didn't find these. I think I found one at the store I was saying at Second and Charles, and that's what started it. I was like, oh,
Mm.
this is a series. I mean, gotta catch them all.
So Fred here asks, why are the people here watching people talk about dumb shit? He's talking about us.
Oh,
When there's a guy live right now who's actually
actually
just playing
playing
music.
music. There's
People got their reasons.
there's different parts of music, man. There's listening to it. There's talking about it. There's making it. It's just whatever you'd like to do. If you don't want to do this right now, that's
Huh?
okay.
You guys like talking about music more than you like listening to it. I don't think it's true, but even if it was, so what?
So what?
So
So
what?
be
Yeah.
it.
Music is just an extension of language. Music, except for the records you just showed, music wouldn't
Mm,
exist necessarily without us.
true.
Which brings me actually to a completely separate point that I didn't necessarily plan to talk about. Like
Mm,
the novel I've been working on recently deals with, like, the core topic is consciousness and perception, which is to say that uh, there's this cognitive psychologue from the US called Donald Hoffman, who's come up with the concept of conscious agents.
mm.
And this basically deals with the fact that I see you, Frank. Frank is in the in. Oh, I'll bring Frank. Uh, hello.
Hey guys.
And so the idea is that it's a simple idea. Um, if I send you guys a message, a written message, and I end it with an emoji, a living being that would who would focus on reality rather than perception would see pixels. Okay,
Mhm.
I see a bunch of pixels. Us, with our culture, we see what it means. So we decide to see what it represents instead of what it is, which means that, and the emoji is more helpful than just a bunch of pixels. So it's basically sort of Darwinism, in the sense that we are better suited to survival when we interpret reality than when we actually look at reality. Because
Yeah, we
reality
were
is
better off with
only,
hieroglyphics.
yeah. So where was I going with that? The yeah, with Fred and us talking about music more than listening to it, potentially. Talking about music is like, the music is there, but what it does to us, sometimes we just need to express it and to share it. Because, I mean, the whole thing of the VC is because we want to do not just own and enjoy the music, but we also want to share.
Yes.
Not just share the existence of the music, but also how it affects us. How
So
you doing,
that's why I
Frank?
wanted to join.
Well,
Actually,
I'm good. I'm here to talk about dumb shit instead of listening to music.
dumb shit, dumb shit.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. It's about 10:30 here. I'm just getting started, drinking my coffee. I have some yard work to do, but figure I'd pop on, talk about some stuff.
The yard seems pretty green right now, huh?
Looks great.
It is, yeah. It's nice here. Typically around this time, it's really humid and kind of miserable, and we have a lot of mosquitoes. But this year, it's pretty mild
Where are you?
in Pittsburgh.
Oh, dude, I grew up in Pittsburgh.
Are you serious?
Yeah, South Side, North Side, Oakland.
Oh, no,
I went to Point Park University, bro.
Oh, nice. I live in Highland Park, if you know where that's at.
Yes, I do.
Yep, I've lived in the East End for a while.
Oh, respect, man.
Yep.
See, two American guys connecting through a French Swedish guys through it.
Yeah, yeah. And when you were talking about the Midwest, digging in the Midwest, Pittsburgh isn't necessarily considered like the Midwest, but
It's right next to Ohio.
Yeah, it's kind of like between the Midwest and the East Coast.
Yeah.
But the digging here is pretty good. I don't go to the record stores very often, but I mean nowadays we have so many, and the like when I was growing up, we had some heavy hitters. You probably know Jerry's.
Yeah, Jerry's, bro. I get the $40 boxes, man.
Yeah. Jerry's was great. Like when I was a kid, Jerry's was awesome. Jerry retired years ago and then sold his store to somebody. And like you can go there now and still it's like the bulk of the collection is still the same shit from like 40 years ago.
Really?
And like really you just go to the new arrivals, flip through that. If you can't find anything in there, it's like just leave. It's more of a just kind of a legendary now, but it's cool. But in the ever since people started getting more into records, and I'd say like the past 5 to 10 years, record stores have sprouted up all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
We have a record pressing plant right over the hill in Lawrenceville.
Hellbinder.
Yeah, those guys are great.
Yeah.
Chris, don't listen to him. He's a trader. He buys cassettes now.
What's wrong with cassettes? Cassettes are good.
No, I buy everything actually. So I have a new way of buying, I would say. I just turned 50 recently.
Happy birthday! I just turned 33.
Yeah, and then just like starting to look at the collection that I have, I consider it more of a library. So now it's really time to kind of focus on that. But being 50, I've got to look at it's not so much the space constraints. It's how much time do I have to fully enjoy what I've acquired and what I have. And I've done purges. I've got it down to pretty much what I like. If I pull a record out or a cassette or a CD or whatever, I like it.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to listen to it. I could just blind pick anything out of my collection and listen to it. But now I'm just kind of focusing in on areas that I have overlooked in the past. So like that could be any format. So I'll try to hone in on a format, say stuff from like the 2000s. There's a gold mine of stuff in the 2000s on CD that's been overlooked.
Yeah.
There were some artists that were very prolific. I know Stunty doesn't want to hear about that.
No, it's not that I don't want. It's just that I think it goes with your previous point as well, which is there's tons of stuff that's not on vinyl, but like there's so much stuff on vinyl that I will not have enough days to enjoy. That like I decided that setting a limit or sort of like a constraint is sort of productive to me at least.
Yeah.
And funnily enough,
here's there you. I just want to wrap this up really quick. How I'm buying now though. I get a paycheck every 2 weeks, and I take like $100 every 2 weeks, and I'll buy something every 2 weeks. So I have pretty much a maximum of like 2 things coming in a month. Sometimes it's 1, depending on the cost. Sometimes it might be 2. Sometimes it might be a $10 CD. And that's it. And then I'll use the other money because I've got to retire someday, and I need to sock money away for me so that I'm not working until I'm 80, so that I'm just piling on a bunch of shitty records into my house. You know,
you're such a bad American. You're like
we're stuck here, man. It's work till the end. Honestly.
Yeah. It's so I'm trying to come up with my plan so that I can retire someday and listen to what I have, and I have a lot. So I'm good, and I do listen to music, not just talk about it on the internet. So I make sure I listen to at least one full album a night, like intently, fully, like from start to finish.
That's cool.
All right,
my little point was that while doing this video this morning, I remember that I have the
CD version.
No, it's the single on Drag City before they moved to Matador, and this has Summer Babe. Well, the album opens with Summer Babe winter version. So I played them together. Actually, I did like a beat match to see if, and it's exactly the same length. It's the same recording, but 2 things. It's only the vocal that changes, and the vocal changes in 2 ways. On this, there's reverb on the vocal, and on this there's none. and the text changes a little bit. So this gave me the idea that like maybe I'll do a version of this album in dub, slanted and enchanted in dub, and just playing 2 copies simultaneously and just moving, like slowing down a little bit one, so that like I like doing that. But I realized from Frank's point here that I don't care enough about the difference between the 2 versions, and I like to have my my surrounding saturated with things that bring me joy, in a sense that every time it's like, oh wow. And this doesn't bring me wow. This is just a cool item that I have. It's sort of a collector, a historical collector. But this is the one that gives me wow. This is just like, oh, I have this too. So this
Did you
could
say
go.
is that Summer Babe? The
Yeah,
7-inch?
this is Summer Babe, yeah.
Yeah, I have that one. I don't know if I've listened to it in 30 years or so.
But have you listened to this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, and this you have listened to. It's the song is on it. The version is not worse, and the B-side on this one is not that good. So
No, plus that album flows well. Like when you hear one
Yeah.
song, you kind of have to hear the next one. You're already prepping for the next.
it's almost a perfect album, to be honest. There's
It
like
is. It's pretty close.
14, 15, 16 songs. They're all. It's basically the funny part is that for those who don't know, and first, hello Mauricio. Mauricio is
guys.
hailing from Brazil, from
Can you hear
northern
me?
Brazil.
Mhm.
And so this album, so it's basically Steven Markmus and Bob, his name escapes me. They're doing everything together, and they had the drunk old guy from the studio playing the drums, Gary Young. But other than that, they do everything. And when you listen to it, this is sort of like the White Album of the Beatles. Like it goes in so many different directions. It's playful, and there's no bass. They had no bass, so it's punk in the sense. For me, punk is I don't know how to do it,
Right.
but I'll do it anyway. This is punk rock, which means I don't have the right stuff to do it, but I managed to find a way to do it. So all the bass lines here are played on a tuned down guitar.
That's the
It's
kind
just
of
as-
album,
as-
though. See, we've listened to that album since it came out, but I don't know if that's something that would translate if someone just heard it fresh, if they
Yeah.
would like it as much as we do. It's hard
Well,
to say.
that's what I
It
did
would-
this
It would
morning.
sound
I
like
played.
something coming out today. It
Yeah.
would.
Well, I played it to a French vinyl. We listened to it on the video with French vinyl addict who had never heard it, never heard Payment, and he loved it.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
And that was my basically the challenge with this, to see for some, and especially for someone whose music culture is mostly rounded in prog rock, partly,
Yeah.
which usually you would be, oh, these guys they can't play, they don't play well. He's so blah, blah. And so you have to understand that the project is somewhere else. It's how inventive they can be and quirky and generous, because that album is super generous. It doesn't really like the stuff that came after. I remember buying Crook Train and hating it instantly. Hating it.
Yeah, I didn't
because
like that one. I didn't like it.
It's sort of, it's a classic rock album. There's the quirkiness is not there anymore. Plus they toured, they've been successful, so they know what works. When on this is like both a krautrock record, a folk record, a Pixies records, a Beatles records, from 2 guys who have only like an 8-track, if not less.
Can I make a suggestion for your next record for your French channel?
By all means.
Unsane, self-titled. See how that translates to a new
Which one?
audience.
Oh yeah, Insane, the first
Yeah.
one, yeah. But now you're talking to me. It's, and I'm trying to talk with the people who don't want to talk with us. How are you doing, Mauricio? The three are the 3 of you on the same time line? Time,
10:50 right now.
It's 11:50 right now. Almost
Hour
the
ahead.
same. Yeah.
Oh, nice
No,
bird.
it's not Dylan Thomas. It's Francis Bacon. Someone asked in the it's Francis Bacon right here.
Nice.
And
But I love
Dylan
Thomas poetry.
is that G.J. Ballard right above on the other side?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's Crash, Arthur Lindsay, and let me see, Pasolini. And,
See?
yeah.
So that just tells us that Mauricio here, he has a very complicated relation with sex, I guess.
A lot of weird father figures. But yeah, man.
So Mauricio also, he started his channel a few months ago. Chris, he started. You started a while ago, actually.
Mhm.
Huh?
Yeah, but like playing
You've just been
records.
cruising in the dark.
Yeah, that's how I am.
Stubborn.
I like to stay in the unknown. That's what I explore the most. And if you find me, you find me. But yeah, I only started playing records maybe like a couple months ago. But it's just mainly been a music channel, just posting up shows and whatever I'm making. But now I'm sharing what I got.
It's funny how we all like have grown in this sort of VC environment. Frank started his he hasn't done many videos, but he had a plan, and his channel was called GBL. So he was kind of had this plan of like focusing on gear a little bit.
Mm.
And,
a little bit. Well, that's sort of how I that was my sort of entry into the VC. To be honest with you, I really didn't have an angle or anything, but yeah, I had at the time. I've been an audio gearhead like pretty much my whole life since I was little. My dad always had an amazing stereo. And, since I was little, I would just go to like the hi-fi shops and hang out and have them like show me all the latest stuff. And, I started going to those ones where it was like an appliance store. And in the back, they would have like stereos and shit like that. And eventually I found my way to what they would call like the audiophile stores and whatnot. Mm-hmm. But always been a music too. Music first. I mean, they kind of went hand in hand. But anyhow, so after like decades of gear swapping and whatnot, trying to find like something that I really like, I got these JBL speakers, and that was it. Like I was done. I no longer was a gearhead after that. I had this stereo set up that I mean, it's for me, it couldn't possibly sound better. I don't have to worry about it anymore. I go play my music, and I don't even fucking care. Like, is the bass like overpowering the treble? Any of that shit doesn't matter to me anymore. So I was so excited that I actually found something where I was just done with all that nonsense, and I just called my channel JBL.
You remember how I used to like bully these audiophile in the VC, Frank?
Yeah.
My question,
right?
I have this like question, this trick question where I would always ask them. So, what is the single most important piece part in your hi-fi chain?
Mm-hmm.
The cables? No. The amp? No. Like, no, your brain, your fucking brain, you idiot, your imagination.
Your brain. And if you're talking about the physical world, though, I mean, the room has a lot to do with it also. So like incremental changes with gear or, mastering engineer, if your stereo is up to par, I mean, it's the way it should be. That shit shouldn't even really matter. Like, those are incremental changes. So I'm kind of glad to get. I still enjoy it. I still like watching people talk about it a little bit. I can't watch this shit all the time, but I feel like I actually found an old account of mine. It was a site called AudioGone, and it was like a chat forum, kind of like the Steve Hoffman forum. And I found my old account, and I went back and looked at my old posts, and they were like, "Where are all the people that like records and like audio gear? Nobody's left." It's just like I felt like I was the only person around that liked that stuff. And all of a sudden, after COVID, it just exploded.
Yeah, everybody got a hobby.
Mm-hmm.
Either you got a dog or you started something.
Yeah.
Here's Chris's channel for this.
Like at that time, I was petering out. I'm like, by the time everybody started getting on board, I'd already been collecting records for decades and already like, fucking around with stereos forever, and then it's like I'm all situated, and now the hobby is just taken off like gangbuster.
I think I experienced my first audiophile in person when I was like.
Are you talking about the people?
The people
experiencing an audiophile. I love that
way. Because like Frank sounds like a lots of people that I've encountered, and they're homies. But this guy was a pilot for a private jet for like Dave Matthews. My dad got a Craigslist ad for a washer dryer, and that just happened to be the guy. We go to pick up the stuff. My guy's room. First of all, he had this exotic cat. I couldn't tell you what kind of cat it was. Big old eyes. It didn't look like it belonged there. But he had these 2 massive speakers. He said, yep, we measured it out. We took all the measurements in the room and everything. And you sit right here. You're going to enjoy every single aspect of, we were playing Michael Kiwanuka, his first album. It blew my mind. But I knew it was well out of my grasp to attain such quality tech.
I'll tell you what, I don't mean to interrupt you, Stunty, but I'll tell you what, calling myself an audiophile is a stretch now, but like the amplifier that I settled on that I use, it's my main amplifier, my main system downstairs. It's a
I love that you say my main, which implies
yeah. But it's an ADCOM amplifier from the mid 80s. ADCOM was considered like mid-fi back then, but by all measures, it holds up to any amplifier that you could throw it up against any amplifier in the world. I don't care. And I bought it for like $400 on the marketplace, and I use it. That's what I use in my main system. You can still find them for dirt cheap. I mean, they're 200-watt amplifiers, and they're just absolutely incredible. They're designed by Nelson Pass, who is really one of like the forefathers of modern audio gear.
You know, my amp here. Tell me what you think of it.
Yeah, what do you play? Yeah,
it's a GVC AK10 integrated amp.
What did you say it is?
It's a GVC integrated amp AK10. I found it in the street.
Nice. How many watts and like approximately what age? Is it from the 90s, early 90s, late 80s?
Oh, I think it's probably mid-late 80s. Because I've had it since maybe early 90s. I have no idea. I literally found it in the street. It was better than the one I had, and I never really questioned it since that.
I mean, if it sounds good to you, you know, and if it sounds good, properly matched like with the impedance for your speakers, and you know then it's fine.
I don't mind upgrading, but money is records, man.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, Mauricio? About like the priorities between your sound system and the new stimulus?
Yeah, you know, this is it's a big problem here because due to the exchange rate between like the dollar or the euro and the Brazilian real, and plus the high import fees we have here, it's really, you have to make a choice between really prioritizing record collecting or buying gear, you know. But I do thank God daily for audiophiles, because I have an audiophile friend here in my city that has like a huge gear collection, and whenever he wants to get rid of stuff, he just sells me stuff for dirt cheap. So thumbs up for audiophiles.
Nice.
But yeah, and that's something that this year I'm kind of slow on buying new records. I'm prioritizing getting stuff that I can find here in Brazil. So it's been like a good year for finding Brazilian stuff, you know, because last year I really did go crazy on on discogs a little, but yeah, it's.
Ed has the best take on it. If I have a decent glass of wine, everything sounds audiophile.
Amen.
and we joke about that, but like I truly believe that as well. Like the main thing is understanding how sound works with you and what you're after in it. Like there might be stuff that's hiding that you don't perceive, but like if you get inspired and if you get stimulated and if you know where to look for that, like no $500,000 system will enhance that experience, because it's separate. I think it's one is cognitive, the other one is much more than that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the hobby was actually more interesting when I was younger. And like, you know, the top end gear that you could aspire to get, what would be considered like you would have to save your paycheck for like a full year or something. But really, the average person could, you know, obtain something like close to the top. There weren't like $500,000 systems. Like everybody wasn't going to a thing like Axpona and listening to these ridiculously overpriced showpieces. They're really more like sculpture, piece of art. And most of them sound like total shit. If you go to the hi-fi shows, I mean, I've been to plenty of hi-fi shows, even the stores when you visit them. A lot of times it sounds like absolute crap.
But yeah, sounding like, yeah, there is a threshold, I guess. Yeah, of course. And I've had there was things I had to change for it to be good enough for me. But I also think that I remember always this story about Duke Ellington spending his whole life with only an old, like 78 player.
Mm-hmm.
That was not even like a good one. And in the end, it's really about. I find it horrific, like horrible, when I hear people say that like they can't enjoy a record because the pressing is not that good, the sound system is not good, which means that you don't have the tools to understand the language. Like basically, I find that like a good sound system and like an audiophile pressing, if there is such a thing, I don't believe it, but is sort of like an AI assistant. Like it's only something that could help you, but like the main information is there for anyone already, unless of course the sound is so bad that it's actually annoying and it's not supposed to be so. But other than that, and I find it rewarding actually to be able to identify the greatness, the quality information that is inside the music and not just the record. Like when you manage to find yourself in that position, that is a very powerful feeling, I think.
Yeah. We were talking about, or no, you had mentioned Time Machines.
Yep.
A Coil. So Time Machines is an album that I like to listen to maybe even once a month. It's always in rotation. It's always sitting there in the stack. And I could listen to Time Machines if I get the urge to listen. I could listen on my phone like this, just like through like Bandcamp, and still like understand the music and what it's conveying. But when I listen to it with 200 watt amp, 12-inch woofers, subwoofer right behind my back,
you're in it.
And in it, and we've got sounds coming right here, right next to me. Some are coming from like they're inside of my head.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a different experience, and believe me, it's pretty fucking awesome. And you don't need a $300,000 stereo. You have to have a proper setup, proper amp matching with your speakers, and a good room, acoustics, and you can experience that. It doesn't matter. You could have a $2,000 stereo and get that same experience.
The music and sound is a physical phenomenon, and we were talking about earlier. I was talking about perception. Here, Matt is mentioning his old drug-fueled listening experiences. Do you have? Like, I can share a couple. I have like actually three types of experiences of altered perception induced. Because that's the issue I've had always with the idea of drugs and alcohol while listening to drugs, is that basically you allow uh, the experience to be that you're not in control of it. You don't write the scenario. I want to write the scenario of how I lose the control in a way. And I'll name three quickly. First, sleep deprivation,
Mm-hmm.
when you wake up in the middle of your sleep cycle, what they call the paradoxal sleep, when you're actually recovering. Uh, and I'm sure everyone has experienced that. And you wake up and you feel a sense of disorientation, unbalance, and balance is in the ear.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I was putting this track by John Hassel, a cover of Duke Ellington, actually, Caravan. So sort of an ambient dub version of that
Oh, I know which
on a
one you're talking
CD.
about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Fascinoma.
Yeah.
And that track, I would put it on repeat on my CD player right before going to sleep. So I could literally hum the track by heart whenever. And I would wake up at that critical moment where, like, my balance is not there, and I would literally hear something different, something that I knew objectively was not on the record, and it would take like half an hour for me to force my brain to match my perception to match what I knew was objectively engraved or like programmed on the CD. And I could repeat the experience, and it was, of course, it's not the best one because like it means you're not in a good physical shape. So another thing I did was here in Sweden, traveling by night or biking, riding my bike by night with a boombox to a lake with Soviet France, and I had waterproof speakers that I put in the water, played the music under the water, deep dived in the lake because it's like 36 meters
Whoa.
deep, that one, and then would sit and lay down on the on the cliff, on the stone, and just look at the sky, the stars, the clouds, and I would literally see colors that weren't there. I would start also to feel like when there was a storm coming from distance and would like create all these things suddenly. And I was with friends and we started to think, oh shit, this is Russia finally doing it, invading and bombing Finland, like on the other side of the sea. And we're just totally 100% sure that that is what is going on, and we're just watching it and smiling in awe of like. And then on the way back we realized, oh no, it was just a storm. But that was heavily induced because our body have the capacity to manufacture all these molecules, all the molecules actually. So I think that taking a drug is literally taking a shortcut to a certain state that most people in urban life, in modern life, you don't have time to create these scenarios that will trigger these things. But a few years back, and I'll come back to that in a stream or video soon because I've been talking with these guys at a music festival. I experienced what now is called the Roxiv lamp. It's a LED lamp. It's basically the Dream Machine on steroids. You guys know the Dream Machine, the Brian Gizen thing?
You talking about that guy who you just stare in one hole and it's just like
it's
all
basically a
the...
tube with holes.
Yeah.
You put a lamp in it and it rotates.
Wasn't Soundom was selling those recently?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to create sort of it hits your cortex. You can watch it with your eyes closed. And this lamp, you sit under it. It's extremely powerful LEDs, and there are light programs. It's white LED. You watch it. Often you listen to music at the same time, and you see colors, and you see geometrical structures. And when you do it first and you don't know what's going on, you think, oh, they're programming all these colors. No, it's only your mind creating these because it managed to reach a layer that is not there in our normal conscious state, and music helps to trigger that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, typically when I listen to something intently, I said, I try to listen to one album in its entirety at night, typically like before bed, and I do it in total darkness. My stereo that I listen to like that is in the basement, and Chris, you know Pittsburgh.
Oh, I know.
Every house has a basement.
Oh, yeah, it does.
And I mean the it's just rock solid down there. You can't hear a peep. All you can hear is your tinnitus, and when the music comes on, that's it.
Yeah.
And so I listen to it, and then I shut all the lights out. It is pitch black, and that's how I typically listen.
But you guys have also sort of, and Andrea, I'll do a video about that soon, so don't worry about it. I hate this sentence. Don't worry about it. That's the most horrible. But do you guys have any personal sort of techniques or experience of mind altered or perception altered experience with music that was pretty potent for you, besides drugs, or even drugs, or I don't know, isolation tank or whatever?
I mean, I had both experiences. Just being able to create music from the jump. When you're just out on a hot, super new pavement parking lot, and you're just like 11, 13, just hanging out with your friends at like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock after rehearsal, and all you're doing is just honing in, trying to be one sound, and you're just like closing your eyes, just trying to tweak it, tune in, no matter what the instrument is. It's just trying to be that one thing. That was a drug within itself that I was always trying to chase. But having like an album experience, I'd say the trippiest thing was probably the Nick Pascal records.
Oh, the series of these, yeah.
Yeah, I heard one of them on
like hard new age, like dark new age records.
Yeah, man. I played those on YouTube. I just came across them one time, and that really, truly tripped me out. Where I was just not really in my body, almost kind of like an astral project kind of feel, where you're just kind of, I don't know. It took me somewhere else, and then I found that more in a lot of Sun Ra music. When I heard Strange Strings, which is probably my favorite album, that like goosebumps every time. And now they have that extended version where they explain the bandura and how he was getting a lot of these sounds. Just hearing that track took me back to the first experience of hearing Strange Strings. So I don't know. It's just like my brain can just do it and just like trip out. But I've taken many a drug and experienced many things, but there's nothing like just naturally hearing it.
You know, when I was younger, I had a sort of maybe a bit judgmental view on drugs, because in France, the culture of drugs was more destructive. And when I met my friends in Miami, and I met them in Europe before, but I discovered this whole culture of sort of guru of drugs, of like that of course can get off the rails, but that is also genuinely honest, that you don't take the drugs because you hate yourself and you want to hurt yourself.
You have to be in a good mindset.
Yeah. And you, Maurizio? Hate yourself.
Well, the weirdest experience that I had was actually not with any sort of hard drugs or psychedelics or anything. It was when I was doing field work. So about 3 years ago, I was doing field work in an indigenous land. And, you know, there was a very extremely hot Sunday. It was the sort of there was a party to celebrate the 10-year opening of a small indigenous community within the main sort of indigenous land. And they were giving away this drink called kawin, which is a fermented drink, alcoholic kind of. You spend a whole morning drinking this, and when you realize you're completely out of your mind. So I was drinking that the whole morning, and I smoked a little pot. And there was a moment, I guess it was around, 11 o'clock or noon, and it was really, 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 really hot. The sun was just brutal. And there was this guy that was DJing. He was from a neighboring sort of a small community. And he played the same song like 20 times in a row. And I was just like kind of sitting right in front of the speakers, and they listened to music like really, 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 really loud. They were really intense. And I was like completely out of my mind. It was one of the weirdest experiences that I had with music.
And just quickly,
and the song was kind of
go on, but like I was just saying to Michael that I muted him because he has to shut down the YouTube channel or mute it because we could hear it as an echo when I had the sound of him there. It's just for him.
Okay.
But go on.
No, and the song in question was like a mainstream summer hit at the time. It was this very kind of boring tune, but listening in this kind of scenario, it really opened up a new dimension of that.
Before we get to Michael, let me tell you one story about where I
before you tell it, I just want to ask Mauricio if after experiencing this, he's been chasing it.
For sure. For sure.
So when I was younger, my dad bought a new pair of speakers.
The speakers with Frank. Huh?
Yeah, well, that's usually where all the stories start. So he bought this new pair of speakers. They were Polk Audio. That's when Polk had kind of like a little bit of, but you still bought them in like an audio showroom. But so he bought these speakers, and this is the first time they went into the basement.
Mm.
So he had bought Pink Floyd, Adam Hart Mother, if you're familiar with that album.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't familiar with it at all. In fact, I wasn't even really a huge fan of Pink Floyd. To me, that was his music, not necessarily mine. But anyhow, so I popped that thing on because it looked interesting. It had a picture of a cow on the front, and I thought, wow, that's pretty strange. So I put it on, and the last track, it's called Alan's Psychedelic Breakfast, and it's really like, I don't want to say musique concrète, but there are these different scenes, and they're all in a kitchen, and there's the sound of an egg frying, the sound of bacon, and all of this other stuff. And for some reason, this just transported me right into my grandma's kitchen.
Mm.
And she was an old grandma. She was born, like 1905 or something. So her kitchen was pretty bare bones, like an old farmhouse kind of place. And I was able to just jump right into that, and I could picture like the checkered curtains, the people at the table, like my dad outside doing something as a kid. And I was like right there in the middle of it. I was there like in the 70s, like when this album came out. And ever since then, that's been like my favorite Pink Floyd album. And it's one of my favorite albums, period.
Huh. Sidney Mackenzie here says Uma Guma is their best record. It's the only one I kept.
Yeah.
And
I got Animals.
But Pink Floyd doesn't work for me, but that's besides the point. Yeah,
that's okay. That's fine.
No, I mean, I like some Pink Floyd, but typically the stuff that leans a little earlier, like Adam Hart Mother and Amagama, and metal is really good. I like metal.
Yeah, metal's good too.
Mm-hmm.
I think I want to say.
Yeah, go on.
Just that if anyone else can agree to that sensation, I guess is I discovered it maybe like 2 years ago, that what was really triggering the addictiveness to sounds was ASMR, which was like a big part of what I was looking for in music, which really triggers and gets your meridian response just going. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if that was a part of it for you, Frank.
No, not necessarily. Now I know it is for my wife. She had mentioned that same thing. Like it does that for her, like when she hears it. But for me, it's not so much linked to that or like the body sensation where you can just kind of feel like an overall head to toe sort of rush.
Yeah.
Sometimes, but I'm not necessarily looking for that sensation. A lot of it is up in my mind for the most part versus physical. I like music more for my mind versus dancing. I'm not like some people they like music because it makes them move, like David Byrne or something, you know.
Yeah, someone was saying they take ecstasy and go dance the house for hours. So like, yeah, everyone's got their vibe.
That's not to say that I don't like beat-based music or you know.
Just before I say hello to Michael, it's not that interesting. Like my opinion on Pink Floyd is not really that interesting, but I'll tell you just that the very first professional or semi-professional gig I did with my band from when I was like young, at the end of the gig, like people liked it and people came to us to congratulate. And this dude who knew his music, he came to me and he said, "Wow, that reminded me so much of Pink Floyd."
Oh. And
that made me so angry. I was hard crushed because like it was for me. I had like built that picture like this is my evil. So, and I know it's silly, but like I just thought it was fun to mention. I just wanted to say hello to Michael Elliott, whom I've known from my beginnings in the VC. He had a little bit of falling off the rails at one point. Like he was a bad boy in the VC for a little while, I think. But time goes on, and I'm happy to see him, and hope he's in a good place, and happy to go on with talking about records and music and sharing experiences rather than the bullshit of the drama in the VC. So, hello, Michael. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Stunty. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. Was it fair to at least address it? Because like people have, most people have forgotten about this, but some might not and might wonder, why are you blah blah blah?
I'm new. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know this.
Yeah, it's Stunty. It's quite a history, isn't it, my friend? I've been gone for 4 years.
I've seen you pop up on the chats of some channels, and so
I've returned. It's been not quite a year now, almost, but I'm trying to keep myself kind of more isolated, and I'm not trying to spread myself all over. So I do have particular channels that I go to that I'm really enjoying a lot. I mean, a lot. And then I'm on Simon's show quite repeatedly now. So you can find me on Simon's show every once in a while. He'll be on later today around, is it 3 o'clock my time? 8 o'clock his UK time, 3 o'clock my time. So I've been popping in and out of his show for several months now. So I've been comfortably back in the community. There's a couple of channels that I've been jumping in their chats enough where, I've developed relationships with people. So I'm securely back in the VC, even if you haven't seen me, because I'm not trying to be everywhere. Now, as far as why I left,
let's not go too much into that. Like,
I'm not going to go into any details, but you said some things that I need to clear up. I was not the bad boy in the vinyl community.
There was perception of that, but like
I was the one who was able to speak truth to life.
I have some. There was a special incident, but like that doesn't matter. What did you think of the topic we were talking about?
Well, what I wanted to, I was really enjoying the topic. I didn't want you to backpedal a lot, but you were talking about something a little earlier, if you don't mind, Stunty, of me back when.
I know Richard, by the way.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just saying hello to Richard, who
oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, hey, Richard. I wanted to remark on, so Chris, you had the Environments albums. Now, yes. Are you in the hunt for like the really early like recordings of 50s, 60s, 70s, like field recordings and things like that, or like where's your interest in that area?
My interest is in music.
Well, I understand that we all have an interest in music. So if you without being a bit, obscure and cloudy.
Yeah, no, I'm into it. If you got some, let me know, man.
Well, yeah. But the reason why I brought up, because Stumpy, you said, what was it? What's the kind of stuff that you said that is plentiful here that you can't seem to get a hold of over there?
It's just that, like, this whole series of records that I asked Chris to show, I discovered it through his channel. I remember seeing them online, but never anyone putting any focus on them. And when he played it, I thought, okay, this is the hidden shit. And and then we talked a little bit about how, yeah, this one is especially interesting, hiding in plain sight, except that if it had been more common to find in Europe, then I would probably have already at least listened to it in the shop and made my mind. But thanks to brother Chris C and us SR, now, like, this is part of, this should be part of my DNA now. Is it part of, or these records part of your DNA, Michael?
Oh, the most Stunty, I am, if I could be so inane, I am so envious of you, man, because you live in the epicenter of where I would love to be, because I am a huge fan. I think you're one of the few channels in the VC that comes close to the stuff I like to listen to.
Wait, let me put my dick out so you can start.
I am all about obscure, and unfortunately, I mean, I should say fortunately, I've got a crap load of CDs from the '90s that you can't get on vinyl. There's some of the baddest atmospheric experimental stuff you can find. I'm so glad I went on a tear in the '90s and bought a ton of stuff off the Touch label, Ambient. I mean, there are just so many labels in the '90s that they gotta release on vinyl. I go crazy. Biosphere, Chris Watson. I mean, there's just
You're in Detroit, right? If I remember correctly.
Correct.
So
yeah, I just picked up some Ghostbox CDs too, if you're familiar with those.
Yeah, I am familiar with Ghostbox. Yes.
The British.
Yeah, I'm in the heart of downtown Detroit right now.
Nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, this record, like, I mean, the real thing about, like, these records that I have, like the crazy stuff that you mentioned. At one point, I mean, like all of us here, when we were younger, I assume we were like digging hard, but to the level that was available to us back then. Now, with the new means we have at hand, there was, I mean, I remember when back in 1998, I had quit my job in advertising and went back to university. Had to take a night, an evening job. I was doing surveys, calling people and asking them what they watch on TV, listen on radio, just to have some money. And I remember I had to move back to my parents, and I was studying politics, political communication, and eBay happened in 1998. I remember distinctively. That put me off the rails of my university totally, because I realized the potential instantly of all these records that I assume we all like. Who's the youngest here? Is it Chris or Mauricio? Is it Chris?
I'm 33. I just turned 33 Wednesday.
Okay.
I mean, Thursday.
So maybe you've done that as well, but I assume all of us otherwise have done these want lists written on paper. Like, you learn about something and you write it down, and this is your want list. And back then you thought, like, if you had, like, I don't know, like 50, 100 records on that list, it was like normal to think that you would be very happy and very proud if you managed at the end of your okay. Yeah.
Okay, I'd be curious to hear. I'd be curious to hear a few of the names on that want list.
Oh, mine. It was all thanks to Stunty. When I first started watching his show a year ago, I that's when my discog want list went from 200 to about 17. And then luckily in the past couple of months, I've gotten some of those, and that's what was on that list. Like the Saki's first move.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just got that
Which
last
one?
week.
Which one?
Saki's. Hold on 1 second.
He's gonna show it.
And Stunty, you brought up.
There's 2 albums of his. It's on the Leo Records in the UK.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, and there was an artist you brought up one day, Stunty, and I went to a record fair and I couldn't believe I saw the actual artist. I went, damn, Stunty was talking about this person. How did they get over here?
But
I didn't wound up getting it because I was always beyond my limit. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Stunty. Go ahead.
But yeah, the thing about eBay was that like suddenly he had eBay and all these records that you would have been happy at the end of your life to own 5 or 10% of these records on your list. Suddenly, if you didn't have like 90% of these records on your list at the end of your life, that meant you didn't really want them because suddenly it was possible because they were available. It also meant that, of course, it's not just there to pick up. It's just there's this possibility. It still means you still have some work to do and some investment to do. And it's a sort of a litmus test of how much you care for this and how much you're willing to go overboard on what you originally thought was the normal way of doing things. So yeah, you it's not just luck and like being in the right place. It's really like provoking it. Mauricio, who lives in Brazil, you can imagine how hard it is, even harder for him than it is for us to get some of the stuff he has. And he's got some crazy stuff.
Yeah, but Stunty, I'm not even talking about going on eBay and buying the stuff. I bet you if I walked into your local record shop and started digging, my mind would blow up.
It's
you got stuff just there locally that I will never, ever find here.
eBay was a game changer, though. eBay was a game changer. I think I bought my first album on eBay in like '99, somewhere around there.
Yeah,
and it just blew my mind that you had access to almost
everything
whatever you wanted.
Yeah,
it's not just the access; it was also that suddenly it was the offer and demand. Like all these shops you dreamt about in London. And I went there a couple of times and you'd see these records price 300 quid and you had no idea why it was. And you just had to trust them. And like a few years later, the records is on eBay and you get it for 40 quid.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, plus at the time I was living in the middle of the desert. So, I mean, finding places to get records was pretty much limited to like some kind of thrift shop. There was some weird guy who had a trailer in the foothills of the mountains and he sold records out of there. But I mean, you're just kind of limited to whatever garbage he had. So eBay was like a godsend at that point.
Someone who I know digs a lot in the shops is someone we have here today in a very unique, special occurrence. We have Richard for the very first time I see him without a hat.
I can go get it if you want.
No.
And it appears that somebody is a Residents fan.
Yeah.
And a Chicago resident fan.
Nice.
Not in Chicago anymore, though.
Oh, you moved?
Yeah, now I'm in the west coast of Michigan, in Holland, Michigan.
Oh, you're in my state. Okay, cool.
How did that affect your record digging so far?
Well, fortunately, there are a couple stores that are very close to me. One of them I can get to here in Holland, and he is very good at curating what's there. I'm seeing a lot of titles in his store that I didn't see in the Chicago stores that I frequented. And a lot of music that probably falls into, I'm terrible with genres, but that are kind of alternative rock and alt country and a little mixture of folk, but also some really deep, psychedelic kind of sounding bands. And it has a lot of, the mainstream kind of stuff. Then there's this other store up in Grand Haven that's really good. But I don't have a car anymore, so I don't
Bless
get
you.
there.
Bless you.
Yeah. Well, I learned to live without a car in Chicago, and for like 6 years I was without a car, using public transportation. A lot of places that I wanted to go to, I could walk. And when I moved to Holland, I really needed to pare down expenses, and I saw a car as being just a money pit. Even if you buy a cheap car, well, then you've got all the maintenance. So even if I use Uber a lot here in Holland, I'm spending less money than I would if I owned a car and had to buy gas and pay for insurance and things like that. So it's worked out. I've been here a year without a car, including the winter time. So I managed.
I've never owned a car because I've never had a driver's license.
Really?
Although, yeah, but
I don't have one either.
I've actually drove cars. Guess where? In Miami. In Miami.
You love Florida.
That's incredible.
Were you wearing a white leisure suit?
No, but we got stopped by the cops at like 5:30 in the morning, and my friend told me that to bribe the cop, and we did, and it
Yeah.
worked out.
I remember,
Stunty Vice.
I remember you talking about coming over to the States, but I don't remember how many times have you been over, Stunty?
To the
States?
US?
Yeah.
3 times.
Oh, okay. So you're very familiar then.
But the time I spent in Miami, I was there for a few months.
Cool.
Okay, that's quite a bit of time to learn the lay of the land.
Yeah.
Where else?
I've been to Seattle, and I've been in Pacing in New York State, New Jersey.
Okay, yeah. Seattle, of course, would be a place to go as far as music and culture, sure. Especially back in the 90s, that would be the epicenter.
Yeah. The
grunge stuff and all that stuff. It had its moment.
The 90s for me is more about Chicago in the US. Chicago.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wasn't a
Chicago and maybe
house.
Texas also very important, because people seem to forget. Like, I think I talked about that with Frank before, that when you think about electronic dance music in the US, people think about New York, Chicago, Detroit, but in reality, the big college hub where there was raves all the times, that was Dallas, Texas. There was raves, like 3, 4, 5 raves every night of the week.
Deep Ellum.
Sorry?
Down in Deep Ellum.
Yeah, and there's the
neighborhood in Dallas.
Yeah, there was labels also in Dallas. Like I'm sure Michael will know what I'm talking about. These remix service labels that were doing all these sort of mashups and unofficial remix of UK hardcore tracks, like proto Prodigy stuff, and it was a vibrant scene. That was the only difference with the main difference between Chicago, Detroit, and New York, I assume, was that it was probably way more white.
Yeah.
Even if it was students from all around the US.
Well,
is getting records like this, some deep house. This is Scrappy, who was a Chicago DJ. And then comps like this. I miss gramophone records. Yep. That was the place to shop for house and classic techno, and you had a whole section of Chicago house, a whole section of Detroit techno, and lots of funk and soul and singles. It was a great place to go.
All right, guys. I'm gonna have to take off now. My computer's about to die, and I want to get some shit done. But it was great being up here, meeting all of you. Thanks for hosting.
Cheers, Frank.
Chris, get my Instagram from Stunty. Reach out to me.
Yeah, I will, man. For sure.
Pleasure meeting you, Frank.
All right, likewise. Okay, guys, I'll see you later.
Bye.
It was funny that you brought up gramophone, because I had to see how This is one of these early new age albums called Fresh
Air. I got all those Steamroller, Mannheim Steamroller, baby.
Yes, and it's on Gramophone. Came out with some killer stuff, didn't they?
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Just awesome. A Gramophone is a label that Chris might want to partake in too.
Oh,
I think it'd be in your wheelhouse.
No, I hear you. Where is it?
Look at him already digging in his.
Look at there you go. Isn't that just the fun thing about pulling albums out? It gets everybody infected.
This one.
I
love this one.
Yeah,
so good.
Yep.
Great guitar.
See, these records, no one talks about them in the VC.
No,
and they're dirt cheap.
Yeah, they're super cheap.
Yeah.
See, we really have like a sort of Chicago.
Well, this one was $40.
Panel here. Look at who's joining us from Detroit as well.
Oh, cool.
Hello, Sean.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Hello.
I'm a Detroiter too, Sean. What part of now are you? I'm in downtown Detroit proper. Are you in a suburb or in Detroit?
Yeah, I'm in the suburbs. I'm in the Sterling Heights area.
Oh yeah. I had a girlfriend way back in the day and lived in Sterling Heights, so I'm very familiar. Yeah.
But I've lived all over. I've lived in Hamtramck. I've lived all over the city. So yeah.
Right next door to me. Yeah.
I'm a Detroiter all the way.
People's Records.
Yeah. People's are you familiar with Threads? It's in Hamtramck.
Yeah, and I've yet to go, and I need to stop through there, man. I really do. Really good stuff, huh?
If you like it's the best, like for 12-inch techno and house, 12 inches. I mean, they get the freshest stuff, brand new stuff, just coming right off the truck, and really cool. I mean, the place is a disaster. You walk in there, and it's you're looking through boxes, and
but that's the best. That means that people who don't put you already have part of the population who's out. So like the best bookstores are always the most chaotic ones because you always have a chance to find. If you dig literally, you'll find stuff that has been sitting there for like decades.
Yeah, we actually met. We were walking in one day. We actually met. Believe it or not, we met Moody Man dropping boxes of his own 12 inches at Threads.
Cool.
For those who don't know, Moody Man is a Detroit house, deep house, who's kind of one of the 2-3 guys from the 2000s. I mean, he started in the mid-90s, but who's become like the main name for deep house in America, underground deep house, besides the old guard from the late 80s, early 90s. Him and ORS and what's the name of basically they're all sort of the child of what's the name of that Detroit house tune, Altered States, Ron something. It's one of the classics of house techno from the early 90s.
In Detroit, Moody Man has just become kind of this legendary. He never left the city. He stayed
right.
There. And so many people they get famous and then they leave. And Moody Man, he stayed in the city and he still lives here.
Yeah. So you guys from Detroit and into the Detroit house. I found this record here. It's got this blank
Detroit house put in an audiophile inner sleeve, huh? Richard.
It's like it's completely blank. It's called.
Thank you, Future Face.
I found this in Gramophone Records in Chicago, and it's called Detroit Tracks, but it's DEE, Detroit Tracks. It's all house music, house, really deep house.
Are those is that a test pressing?
I don't know if it's a test press.
It's a white label. It might be, but maybe not. Like nowadays, it doesn't mean that much. Like like I knew that already, but when I was running the pressing plant, we had a lot of customers that were doing house and techno, and in the past few years, people like it's very common to press 300 copies. You have no budget, so you just order the white label because it's the cheapest, and then you put a stamper on the white label or a sticker.
Right.
And someone you end up with them without the sticker.
I got, even the entry of discogs nobody seems to know for sure who the DJ is, who mixed it. So I've always been curious to try and figure that out.
So discovery in progress, that's good as well. Huh? That it's a path. You don't get everything. You give the money, and it's still not enough. You'll still have to dig to realize what you have.
I just picked up a white label of Good Life.
Oh yeah,
and a remix of it. So I don't know if it's worth anything.
Is it the Juan Atkins, the Magic Juan remix? That's the best one.
I don't know if it's his. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to take another look at it. But Juan Atkins was my neighbor. There was one house in between us for a while. I lived on the same block with him.
What time was it? In the 80s?
This was in the 80s. They had left Belleville,
because like in the 90s, he mostly lived in Berlin. He moved in Berlin.
The 80s, late 70s, early 80s.
So right at the beginning, Cosmic Cars then.
Yep. As a matter of fact, I knew Juan even before that came out.
Yeah. Wow. Came out on Scorpio. I remember Do you know a guy called Ken Lewis then?
I'm familiar with him, but I don't know him.
He did a cover of Cosmic Cars back the same year when Cosmic Cars was released, and it's a 12-inch. It's pretty good. He's just added singing on it. It's not extremely. It's not very expensive. It's just elusive.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask, since I know that most of us here on screen are into electronic dance music.
Big time.
Maurizio, he recently did a video about a voice in music and unusual uses of voices, which kind of you could connect to the Italian futurists, like noise, where most people use voice for its melodic qualities, the language, but it can be something else as well. And when voice becomes noise, then you're only that close to body music. So I wanted to ask you, what is your connection with the kind of music we've been talking about, the body music?
Wow, my connection.
The singer, and I think it's Atlas Sounds, I kind of noticed that his voice at times, it's almost kind of a dream pop, shoegaze. So his voice, the vocals are kind of buried, so you don't always get exactly what he's singing. But then I started realizing his voice was an instrument that was part of what was happening musically, as opposed to a voice that was trying to tell a story. So I don't know if that's kind of what you're...
What I was asking was specifically Mauricio first, because he's been silent for a little while, but...
I'm sorry.
No, but it's a good, because also, like, it made me think about how originally, like, a lot of the techniques that, like, Mauricio was talking about, and on my stream on Friday, I played Meredith Monk, which to complement his video, and all this is rooted in scat to a certain extent, which is jazz, which is black music, which is body music, physical music, dance music originally. But like my original perspective before I embraced dance music for what it is, when I was younger, I was a bit judgmental about it and thought like, oh, this is functional music. It has a function before being art to make people dance. So, you know, purist mentality, like a snob, know-it-all teen. And Chicago House totally like cured me from that analysis. But Maurizio, I mostly know you talking about music that is of the mind, except that a lot of the Brazilian music you are into is of the body as well. So what does like house and techno mean to you, for example, to start, and then you can
I'm totally foreign to sort of this particular strand of electronic music. So and the stuff, I guess, that to me really You said that I speak mostly about music that can be thought of as music of the mind. I guess that's it has a lot to do with the way that I sort of started to get into music was primarily like a player student of classical music. So there was a lot of this more abstract relation to musical material that comes from sort of a reading stuff without listening necessarily to stuff. And but I guess that you're like you are completely right in your um in in stating that the my primary relation to like body music was through Brazilian music, because at the same time that I was sort of in my initial stages of playing classical guitar, I was heavily into Brazilian music, and there's a lot of sort of guitar and percussion duo sort of tradition that really is very much rooted in sort of African music traditions, you know. So I guess that would be the prime, and it is, to me it was primarily live music, you know.
Yeah.
I was rather playing or in
Same.
the same sort of a musical spaces of, you know, that played this kind of music, so with players. So it was
I will point out though that a record I had been after for quite a while that you helped me track down. So a Brazilian record, the What Key. You remember when I played it?
Yeah.
Did you see when I played it? The what I played from it, from a Western perspective, I play it as like, oh, this is really cool. This is like sort of a proto techno track.
Yeah, I remember.
And so there's this sort of recontextualized perspective that is totally like almost like disrespectful to the original intention, maybe in a way. And I acknowledge that, and I also find that that friction can be productive. But from your perspective, who understand the music, where it's coming from, and the intention, like, how do you perceive a Westerner's interpretation of this music through his own lens, cultural lens?
I think that's the most interesting thing possible, I guess. To me, you know, having a sort of completely isolated view on different musical traditions is not really productive or creative. If you're even as a listener, right? I guess you have to really exercise sort of a critical listening experience. You have to be creative, like with the types of relations between different musical material you encounter. So I don't think it's disrespectful to bring these different stuff together. I quite the contrary. I think it's like, from a sort of anthropological standpoint, I will also say
because
it is the most interesting thing
I don't
possible.
mind
You
it
know,
being potentially disrespectful, though, because in the end, as you know, as you pointed out, this creates a friction that can be productive, because like a new perspective creates a new sense. It's like, again, when I was talking about this Hoffman theory of these conscious agents, basically you exist in your own natural environment. I do. Now the six of us are together, and someone who would watch it, the result of that conversation, that exchange, is an agent in itself that can have its own life that we don't control, because the way the people who are watching and listening to us may interpret it in a way that we didn't think about, that wasn't there, that is contrary, and still it is a production. It is something that manifests into perceived reality in a way that is also again a mirror, because we will interact with it. It's always a two-way or a multi-way
And I'm
creation agent.
yeah, and I'm very also something that I'm really interested in. It's the kind of the contrary motion, like how non-Western people relate to Western music. So it was like with the anecdote that my field work anecdote that I told you guys earlier. Like I was in this sort of celebration of the little indigenous community that had opened, and prior to that scene that I described, where I listened to like the same sort of crappy song 20 times in a row. Before that, they
Little
had
girl,
sort of
you little girl.
like a ceremonial. They had like a ceremony where they performed traditional chants, and to have that sort of to have that experience with the sort of mainstream radio stuff being played in a totally different context, and after the ceremonial chants, it really did something else there, you know. And that was that's something that I'm always like interested in, this friction stuff.
You know, Stunty, I felt the same way. I listened to some Turkish, an offset of Turkish psychedelic music that they call like arabesque, you know. And I was with kind of a Turkish family, and they were listening to it. And to me, it sounded so. I remember there was one track in particular called LA, and it sounded so psychedelic, and it was such a traditional track for them, and yet I was hearing it with totally different ears, you know, these Western ears, that I just heard it as this like really psychedelic track. I was really getting into it, and it kind of made me. I had to step back for myself for a moment and think, you know, am I being offensive here? I don't want to, you know, make certain assumptions about the music, and you know, it was just it's interesting that it was the same exact perception that you described.
Yeah, just to compliment, I guess this is one of the things that makes me very much into the Sun City Girls stuff. I remember that you commented on my Sun City Girls video that you were like doing a personal like selection of your favorite Sun City Girls stuff. The kind of stuff that they do, you know, which it is on the more riskier side, you know, to like you're not exactly afraid to sound or to look offensive. They were not afraid at all. But I was reading a interview, sort of an Alan Bishop interview in a book that was published by I guess Wesleyan University Press about Sublime Frequencies stuff, and he talks a little about this. And there's a moment when he is asked precisely about that, you know, don't you find that sort of thing offensive? The way you approach, problematic. And he just says no, you know. And if it can be, if it can sound or come off as a little sort of problematic, like, so what? That's the way you keep culture alive, you know. You don't keep a culture alive by isolating it. You keep a culture alive by communicating it with other stuff, right?
And what Moister is talking about, for those who don't really know, the
Sublime
band.
Frequency?
No, the band.
Sun City Girl?
Sun City Girls is a sort of psychedelic band that was, I would say, there is a parallel to be made with the Residents in a way, with what they were doing, except it's much more noisier about trance, and they veered into sort of folklore, ethnomusicology, to the point that when they ended it, one of the associates of the band started this label, Sublime Frequencies, that released one of my favorite records from last year, the Snake Handler Church rock and roll
Yeah,
record.
that's awesome.
Yeah, but they also do a lot of music from all around the world. So it's sort of ethnomusicology, but not coming from the academy, which is probably what also triggers the question that was asked to him that Maurizio is mentioning. And the thing is, like, I remember there's this French artist called King Gong, who's doing something similar.
I have one of those records.
Yeah,
King Kong.
He mostly traveled through Asia, through all
Yeah.
of Asia. He does these field recordings of the local folklore, and then he reedits them. It's not a pure. It's not ethnomusicology.
It's not ethnographic fully.
Yeah. So he adds something that end up being the potential problem we're talking about. But in the end, if our culture is only about preserving the past, the tradition, then we become archivists and not we're not active anymore, and the people who have the most power decide that we're only going to listen to classic rock. So
isn't that what Fourth World is for? You know what I mean? When you're meshing field recordings and different aspects, isn't that what the Fourth World genre is supposed to be for?
I'm not sure if I ever even heard of a genre called Fourth World.
Really?
Fourth World is John Hassel.
Oh, I mean, I've got John House. I'm very familiar.
So Fourth World is the music that was the name was. It's basically like I played some of the Richard Horvitz and stuff like that. All of this can be considered Fourth World. It's like Western musicians embracing music from the non-Western world, mostly from a like spiritual lens.
Oh, I mean, that's I got tons of that of what you're talking about. I just basically, I got you. Basically call it.
Like basically, the founding moment of Fourth World is on the John Hassel Eno record Possible Worlds with the pink cover. So you will have synthesizers, potential. You will have instruments that could be outside of the normal paradigm of that music, how it was originally nurtured. But it's
like modern exotica.
But exotica is meant to entertain, so or to distract.
It takes you to another realm.
Yeah. But exotic is different than
Fourth World.
Yeah, because exotic has a tendency to have more, like saying, a romance element to it.
Yeah, isn't it just Western people just trying to romanticize a place that they haven't really experienced?
Right.
You know something? Richard put something in the chat earlier I really agree about. He talked about how foreign artists can take Western styles and call it their own and make it more unique, and sometimes it's better. So if we go back to where you originally gave us the question of how did you get to like body music?
Yeah.
My quest to music has been so layered that it's fluid. So I can't tell you an actual point where it started, but what I can tell you is that as I came out of, but as I moved from ambient into a more beat-laden electronic music, back in the late 70s, early 80s, me and my friends growing up, and eventually we formed a band. Cool. The last thing we wanted to do was Detroit techno. The last thing we wanted to do. So my inspirations was that. What you got there?
Drexia.
Oh, on Warp. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My inspirations came from Europe and Japan. Okay.
This is you know Drexia,
When it comes to electronic, oh, I'm sorry, Stanley, go ahead.
It's interesting you mentioned them at that point. For those who don't know, this is second, or yes, I would say second generation Detroit techno, but it's electro.
Yeah.
And they created a whole concept around their music.
Lore.
Yeah, it's sort of their own Afrofuturism. They created an analog of Atlantis and the Atlanteans for the black community. In the sense, my perception of Detroit techno compared to house is directly the body. Whereas if you look at early Detroit techno albums, it's always referencing sci-fi planets, the outside of the world, which I think means that, like, in this world where in Detroit back then, basically black people were slave to Taylorism. And if you watch the movie The Terminator, they're basically being hunted by the police in the streets. So in a sense, whereas in Chicago, with a strong gay community, it's like the affirmation of the body. I'm here, I'm hard, fuck you. Whereas in Detroit, it was more like looking outside, like this world is not fit, fuck it, let's go to the stars. What do you think?
But once again, because I was immersed in it, I just didn't. That was the last thing I wanted to do creatively. So what wound up pulling me over more into rhythmic dance music was bands like the Orchestra out of Japan. I thought their stuff, a lot of American stuff, away. So so if you want to talk about world and exotic, exotic music brought world and exotic to me as well. But most of my aspirations came from Japan and Europe. I think Front 242 might be one of the, if not, it's probably, it's easy my top 5 favorite electronic bands.
Michael, just so you know, people tell me if you think the same. Like, I think there's an echo coming from someone, and also your sound is very deteriorating.
Yeah, I hear an echo.
So someone has go to your settings and check the box of echo cancellation.
Know this much: StreamYard, the platform is it changed. It's really bad.
Yeah, because like now, if I mute, Richard, unmute yourself. Richard, yeah, unmute yourself. I only muted. Yeah, now the sound is good. So let me double check one thing. Yeah, it's on Michael's side. So if you go on the little wheel of the settings down on the StreamYard page, you will have audio settings, and you can check the echo cancellation box, and then the sound will be better for everyone. Can you, figure it out? Anyways, we've already done, we'll do like 20 more minutes or so. I got lost kind of in my train of thought now, of course. We even have like Jose waiting in the backstage, but that's fine.
I can dip out and watch. It's okay.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Like it's your first time. You're not gonna. So yeah, you were asking. This all started because you, Chris, was actually asking about
the fourth world.
Yeah,
and how it associates with editing, field recording music, and putting new aspects into it.
I don't think it's the same in the sense that the fourth world music is also. Okay. Mauricio left. If he wants to come back, he can. Until then, Jose. Hello, Jose.
What up?
But Fourth World is a musical project, and with intention. Okay, I'll test now with Michael. Now, no echo. So yeah, he managed it. He can also speak closer to his mic, and it will be better. But I think it's a little bit different in the sense that ethnomusicology, the study or the observation and preservation of local music, is a science project, essentially, originally, that we do enjoy, and we don't need. That's the whole point of this channel originally, like to play music and showcase music that has a message or an underlying concept that we might not understand, and maybe we can feel intimidated by it. And I'm just saying, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If that touches you on any level, just cherish that. And if there's another dimension, another layer to understand or to discover, either it will come with time or it doesn't, and you still get the benefits of your experience. So
yeah, I think as long as you speak from your heart about it, and you're honest and you're true about it, then you just, you're good, and you just
absolutely
ask the right questions, and yeah, but as long as you're honest and true about it, then you're always good.
Yeah.
One of the people who watches on the regular the channel, Daniel from where is he from again? Kansas City, I think. He's a little bit of he's not old, but he's in his late 50s, I think.
He's my age.
Yeah. But he's a little bit. He's less a punk than you, Sean, I would say. And no disrespect to either of you by that. But I remember when he stumbled upon my channel, he was mostly back then listening to Bruce Springsteen, Bob Dylan, classic rock.
Yeah.
And I'm always like so nicely surprised when he comments on the videos and live often, and he, like, I play something really abstract, sometimes even quite dark and like intimidating, and he's like, oh, I love these sound waves. So he literally, I don't think he has necessarily access to the meaning of the project behind that meant that the composer meant behind it. I'm not pretending that I have, but I suspect he doesn't either. And he showcases this pure joy and enthusiasm that is inspirational first for him, but also for us as a community to see that, oh, the boundaries, the frontiers, they're not, because if you, as I have studied geography, the concept of geography originally is about borders. And why are there borders? The concept of borders only exists to defend it. So
yeah.
Need I say more?
That says a lot about you too, though, Stunty. I mean, that's a lot of the reasons your stream works so well is because you kind of break some of those walls down, so that people who are kind of like into classic rock or into just punk or whatever can a whole nother world can open up to them, and it doesn't feel like it's something else. It's not meant for me. You kind of help break that wall down. Not everybody can do that.
I haven't seen that. It's the only place that I've seen this kind of material or exploration of this musical area that I don't really see on YouTube.
That's the tool, but the result is that, like, you have all these people who have this potential. It could be triggered by many other things than me, but in the end, it's really to your question, the fourth world. The fourth world was a sort of musical, philosophical project to also make rid of the concept of borders, but these kind of cultural borders. Like it's only fairly recent that we learned that the academy has integrated the idea that, like, the Middle East is a very fucked up concept, because
no one even calls it that. It's just like
it's a Western,
the middle of
Africa. There
right?
we go.
Middle East according to the Greenwich line.
Exactly, because in reality, if you would respect all the big historical empires, the Middle East is the far west, actually.
Yes, very much so.
Since it's part of Asia.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Jose?
Good. Well, you know, that happens here in
Mexico,
America, the continent, because
I see the ear of a dog, by the way.
no, it's my
Cat.
cat. It's my cat. Can you see the cat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sweet gato.
But you know, it happens here in Latin America in general, the whole continent, because most people in the U.S. think Mexico is part of South America, which is very peculiar to me, because if they think Mexico is part of South America, where the fuck is Central America?
Right. Yeah. Where is that? Yeah.
You know, so as someone from Central America, to me, it's always been so weird, because people think my country is like an island somewhere, or they don't.
Some people, yeah,
with no idea. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Well, I was talking about, you know, people normally in the U.S. Or I guess in Canada, you know, two huge countries that I guess it's not like a homework that they should have of knowing where the fuck everything is. But you know, I grew up knowing a bunch of in school about history of every single country in America, the continent. So sometimes I think, like, if you're talking about ethnomusicology, especially here, for example, I've been living here in Mexico since 2013, and I can tell you that every single state has different type of music, indigenous background. You know, like the U.S. does as well, right? People in native Arizonans are very different from people over in upper northern part of California, and there's a lot of indigenous people that cross from Mexico and the U.S. that share like the same indigenous tribes and languages and stuff. So I think it's very peculiar. The concept of sometimes, I think it does help, but I think it also, people also associate it with like everything being the same. Like, oh, Latin America is the same and we all have tacos, which is definitely not true.
That's not true.
But you know, stuff like that. So I think it does help, but at the same time, I don't know. We've talked about this before, Stunty, on your channel, but like the concept of like world music, I personally hate it with all my guts, you know, because it's like a bastardization of all the actual music going on.
It's also Western centric. Like it means that the world is everything outside the actual dominating
it's
world.
In a category. If it's South Sudan music or music from Peru, they goes in the same bin,
right?
And yeah, and it's 4 records per record store.
Yeah,
and, you know, and if it's not Stan Getz,
we ain't got no international. I know,
but you know, it's just another form of colonization. It's just it's kind of a cultural colonization. You throw everything into one category, and that way it's another way of dominating things. I mean, using language. It's like people in the U.S. using the term America. We're Americans. You're an American.
That's a whole thing in Latin America, because you know I'm an American.
Yes, you are.
I live in the continent.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But weirdly, I don't really know if most people in the U.S. are aware that in Spanish, there's an actual name for people in the United States, which is estadounidense, which could translate to like United Statesian or something like that, right? Yeah. It literally just means the name of the country plus the what do you call it in English, Gentile or whatever, for the place you're at. So just remember, the full name of Mexico is United Mexican States. So you know, it's like I don't know. So
it's funny because like when you think about it, all these states, like the culture of states in a colonized American continent, basically, because the whole of the American continent, South, Latin, North, has been colonized. It's
or
mean, there's
or,
also-
or was at one point what do you call it, territory of another country. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and that brought that culture of states within countries, which doesn't exist in the rest of the world except for like India and pre-Cold War or
Pakistan,
Cold
yeah.
War concepts. But Richard was saying in the chat something about like the ignorance of geography of Americans. I'm always a little bit careful with this because it's something we make fun of, but it's all about the scale. I mean, because you guys know how many you guys know how many countries are in Europe approximatively.
No.
Michael, Richard, Sean.
I could give it a guess. I mean,
what is it like?
But tell us.
So there's about like 48 countries in Europe.
But is it like mainland Europe? You're still counting like
I'm saying Europe, yeah, and excluding excluding Russia.
Yeah.
Do you guys know how many countries there are in Africa?
Oh, way too many.
Wasn't it in the 30s, like 38, something like that?
54.
Something like 120, isn't it?
No. Richard, there's only like 193 countries in the world. So there's.
All right, so
I think there's 54 countries in Africa.
Yeah,
So
look it up.
I'll give you a. Do you know how many countries?
Wait. Let me finish my
America.
demonstration. Like, how many countries about in Asia? About 50.
Okay.
Close to 50, which leaves, if you think about
about
Australia
50,
and all the small states around it, and if you make the calculus, that means there's only a handful of countries in America. Like South America is only like 13 countries. Latin America is like 5 or 6 countries. North America is 3 countries.
Well, what do you mean? Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't know how you separate it, because the way I was taught is North, Central, Caribbean, and South America. That's how
The
I
point is, Jose, the point I'm going towards is that when you see Americans know shit about geography, I assume that most Americans know at least a body of about 50 countries, states. When most Europeans, if you ask them to put on a map where are all the European countries, you might not have the best result. So it's basically a sort of,
I guess
threshold scale that everyone can have in their own culture. And maybe I'm wrong, but I assume that most Americans know better American geography than you'd expect Europeans to know.
No,
European
there's
geography.
a couple YouTubers that I watch that delve into this, and one of them is in Britain, and it's amazing how the people he encounters on the street are ignorant of some very basic, not just geography, but other things. And then there's an American guy who constantly goes and talks to the people he works with, and gives them hints about a country or shows them a country on the map. And very few of them, have any clue about, or awareness of that. So I kind of agree with you, Stunty, that this ignorance is prevalent in many cultures, but I find it really surprising and frustrated that it's allegedly in the most educated cultures where you encounter this, and that's like perplexing.
It's where they made the rules. They're the people who made. Go ahead.
I think the worst part of the ignorance that they have in the U.S. It isn't just that there's ignorance there, but then we become so fragile about it. If you try to point it out, people will become amazingly defensive. I mean, they will get angry if you say, "Well, you're really not an American."
Well, I'll say this. I'll say this.
Angry and really, it's ignorance, but it's a fragility.
The reason I would say that most people in the U.S. should know where countries in Latin America are is because they've been pretty much on every single country fighting wars.
War, yeah.
So
excursions.
As a matter of fact, like I think most people have heard about like the Vietnam War or the Korean War. So it's weird to me how in like at least for me over here, well, there was not really a lot of involvement in Mexico except for 200 years ago, 150 years ago, but Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Honduras, Panama, Costa Rica, they were all in every single civil war that happened between 1960 and 1991, So that's, to me, it's like very bizarre how there was a lot of funding of governments giving money to like, and they were all very peculiarly wrong. Like the U.S. never fought any single good side of history here in Latin America. They were all dictatorships that they supported, or a bunch of things. So again, my I think that a lot of people should know, because if you are 60 years old, that means that in your lifetime, the money that you've put in taxes have gone to a lot of fucking wars.
Still,
that a lot of people still, yes. So it just doesn't make any sense. My country has only been at war like 2 times. One that you could Google it, which is very fun, was with Honduras. I'm from El Salvador. We had a war with Honduras after a football match because we won and they wouldn't want to conceive it. And the other time was we were the first country in Latin America to declare war to Hitler, and Hitler was like, that's fucking funny, and he didn't actually
Hasn't Mexico declared war to obesity?
Well, yes, but I'm not Mexican, so I can really.
But let me, I wanted to connect this with music actually, but just to illustrate it, I'm gonna make one last little quiz question, which is quite telling. I use that quite a lot. Where is Malawi?
Malawi?
Maui or Malawi?
Malawi?
Yeah.
It's an African nation, isn't it?
Australia border water?
It's Africa.
So when you say Malawi, most people think like Jose, oh yeah, it's an island.
No,
no, it's in Africa. But when you know it's in Africa, you still are kind of fucked up by the fact that it sounds like Maui, and you think it's like.
Yeah.
So where in Africa is Malawi?
Isn't it like the East Coast?
It's up in the northwest, isn't it?
It's on the northeast side, no?
It's
like
literally
Benin?
straight inside. It's right above South Africa, but inside.
Oh, okay.
It's not. The thing is that there's a big lake there. So most pictures you have, it looks like it's by the sea.
Okay.
So you trust what you see and you don't verify, basically. But when you think about all these countries that exist, and you think about the culture and the music we have access to, or we allow ourselves to have access to, more like exactly. Like there's 193 countries that are recognized by the United Nations. On my stream the other day, I played this record of this Palestinian rap band, trap band. So it's Palestinian music. It's a country that is barely in these 193 records. Like how many, if you look at your record collection and you think about, when people talk about music, what do you listen to? Oh, I listen to everything. What do you have in your collection? Oh, I have a little bit of everything. And
there's 3
wouldn't that normally mean that you would have at the very least 193 types of music then?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I would say that there are some countries that does share some.
There's only one country, and my dear friend Sava from Bulgaria, we established that Bulgaria is really boring in terms of music culture, unfortunately.
Bulgaria? Did you say Bulgaria?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Everything around it is crazy good.
But what do you say?
I'm sorry, Stunty, is my mic better?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I was trying to answer your questions, but my mic has been messing up and I couldn't get it off mute. So
now you're good now.
All right, great.
Well, I think that well, I don't know this type of history, Stunty, but for example, for all the French colonies, is there? Do you think there's a big difference culturally in music?
Ooh, that's nice.
That's from Hungary.
Yeah.
What kind of music is that, Sean?
This is one. This is album Stunty turned us on to.
What kind of music? I mean,
amazing mix of a kind of ethnic Hungarian mixed with what sounds like this really forward-thinking electronic pop.
Oh. But it's supposed to be music for children celebrating religious holidays.
Yeah. And it's lit.
And it ends up being some of the most psychedelic electronic music you've ever heard.
Yeah, for sure.
But Jose, your question was like the in the French territories, colonies, yes. If the music is different, in what way? What do you mean?
Well,
in your question,
my question is because there's a lot of land in the Caribbean and South America that didn't really had a lot of indigenous people, and most of the people that live there today were either slave trades or a bunch of just a bunch of people that randomly came about. So for all the French territories, which I don't know the full extent of the history, my question to you is, do they actually share musically the same, like Guyana, French Guyana, Martinique that we've talked before, stuff like that? Yes. Do you think they have similarities?
So to answer your question and broaden it, and I think that's what you are actually asking. Yes. So the main three genres of music in the French Caribbean are begin, zouk, and guoka. There's a bunch of others, and there's also modern takes on these that would be similar to modern takes on other types of Caribbean music through the lens of hip hop, auto-tune, using but these types of begin, there's types of begin in non-French Caribbean countries, but zouk and guoka have nothing to do with French music.
You know where zouk
is from? Wait. They have nothing to do with traditional music from France, and they have nothing to do, or they're very unique in the Caribbean. So they are specific to these countries in the French Caribbean, and one of them, guoka, is specific to the experience of slavery. So French slavery, since guoka was originally made, is music that was created in the boats that shipped African slaves to the Caribbean, and the only instruments they had was their voice and the wood in the basement of the boat. So it was only wood percussions and the chains also. So that is specific to that experience of slavery, and that has translated in music outside of the boat in liberty, but that is always political, always about the songs is in guoka. There's never like love guoka songs. That doesn't really exist. There's always a struggle. A social aspect.
It's like a work song almost, basically.
I might be wrong. There might be exceptions that I'm not aware of. I'm not a specialist of that. Like, I'm curious, I've investigated, but I also have my limits. And don't take it
what
for
genre were you talking? Is it XUC, Zouk?
Zouk, Z-O-U-K.
All right, because XUC is a Salvadoran.
Zouk is party music. There's two types of zouk. There's the original zouk. The biggest zouk band is Kassav, that had sort of international success in the 80s. Richard might have heard of Kassav, K-A-S-S-V.
Kassav, Yuka.
And then when it became more mainstream, very successful in some countries in Europe, especially France, with the diaspora, there's zouk clubs in Paris. Then they developed what was called the lover zouk, which had like a slower tempo and was more cheesy. But now the current youth of the diaspora of third, fourth generation of all that, they've embraced Loverzouk also through the lens of modern technology and makes it more edgy in a way.
But to go back to my question, so do you think the French colonies, which are also countries, do share similarities musically today? Like, like, do you think there's like a big difference, or do you think the unity between them are something? Latin America and the Incas. Incas were only from one specific part of the world, but fuck it, let's call it Latin America.
No, but your question is like, I'm not sure I understand your question.
My question is, because my country doesn't own jack shit of any other country or territory, and it's never had, and it probably will never will. My question to you is, because you were saying like all countries have different music, right? I'm asking you if all the French colonies today have similarity in culture, or they are pretty much apart musically.
No, like all these three genres I told you were specific of Martinique and Guadeloupe. So the two main countries or territories in the Caribbean. Guyane has some zouk, but Guyane is a little bit different, and it's also. But if you take Réunion, which is on the other side of Madagascar, there you have the Maloya, which is also
very far away. I would assume that they have different.
No, but it's very different types of rhythms, and there's also modern Maloya, electric Maloya. I had like an artist of there that came to my festival last year, Jaco Marron, who's releasing on Enyege tapes in Uganda. And then you have all the music from the former colonies in Africa that, of course, there will be some influence from the colonial years and the culture he brought to the quartet.
These guys are awesome.
It looks really good.
Quartet.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I actually was gonna suggest a little very cheap, easy to get, even on discogs. If you ever want to explore music ethnology in Mexico, it's this series that I think I'll talk about it with you, Stunty. Let me take it out of the fucking.
By the way, while you're putting out the record, let me tell you something that happened to me in the VC last week. I got a comment on somewhere from someone. Wait, show it in a second. Yeah, okay. Chris.
Go ahead. You're like, yeah.
But that cover was amazing.
Yeah,
it comes with a book.
Oh, cool, man.
Oh, cool.
Do you know this record, Jose?
Yes. It's like corridos and shit like that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like war corridos, like the original ones.
Beautiful.
Oh, nice.
So someone this week left me a comment and like basically an attack and told me that I was doing something very bad to the VC, very ugly.
What?
By politicizing the VC.
Politicizing?
Politicizing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard a little of that too.
Well, how are you politicizing it, Stunty? I don't get it.
From the person's perspective, there's several ways to do it, which is there's the drama thing, but he was not even talking about that. He was actually literally thinking that I shouldn't focus too much on the music, like we should be grateful to already have rock and roll and West music, essentially.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, it is insane. It was literally like that. He thought that I was guilt tripping people in saying that, like, if you're from a country like France that has this colonial history, you at least embrace the music from, at least confront yourself and not take it as something exotic.
Well, since you're from France, that would mean that even music from the US would be extremely, out there for you. So talking about any music,
of course, it made no sense. It was just like frustration over something different and like trying to find a way to. But that I think he felt actually. Like I think, and what do you guys think that like in the context of the VC with what we know of it, and I'm not talking about the politics of people, the personal politics, but still on the ground, on the basic level, don't you think that some people could find it a bit confrontational, the fact to focus statistically almost as much, if not more, on music that is not the traditional Western paradigm of like I remember back then with the Waxed on the stream, I asked him, "What do you listen to?" "Oh, a little bit of everything." "Like what?" And he said, I'm not saying that to throw shade at him. It was just a good example. He said, "Well, I listen to a little bit of metal, country, rock, jazz, soul, funk, hip hop." And I replied to him, "Oh, so you just listen to American music?" Which is, it was not a gotcha moment, but it kind of became it in a way. And we all have. I'm sure I have my blind corners, my blind spots. But it's.
I think,
some people call you an elitist, which is stupid. Oh, you're an elitist because you listen to that wild, wacky way out stuff. So no, I'm just a bit intelligent. That's all.
I think sometimes it has to do with the individual's own musical background, because when I watch certain channels and I can tell by the way they talk about the music, either I can tell they've, let's say, been a DJ, a radio DJ, okay, because of the music they talk about and the way they talk about it. Then there are people who are musicians who play regularly, and so you get a whole different feel and description of the music that you would get from someone who's talking about the same artist, but their background, let's say, is as a DJ, whether they're a party DJ, a club DJ, or a radio DJ. And then there are people who who have another exposure early in Willie.
Go ahead while you're at it.
Yeah. So there's that perspective, and then going back, I think, to the ethnocentric aspect of of the way people look at music is, Mdou Moctar, I think, is popular in the community in some respects because the music comes with lyric sheets that have the lyrics translated in English.
Richard,
but then you listen to a band like...
Just a quick pause. Hold your thoughts. Chris, don't be a rosé. You'll get your moment.
And throw a bunch of records, don't worry.
I just love it, Jose.
I just want to hop on your comment, but finish your thought also, Richard. But I was about to mention Mdou Moctar because I think it's a good example, since I was talking about Pavement earlier. Mdou Moctar is signed on Matador.
Oh,
which is Pavement's label, which is also Cat Power.
Cat Power.
What's the name of the metal band, the Queens of the Stone Age?
Car Seat Headrest is also
there's Liz Fair, there's tons, but it's essentially an American rock alternative label. So having Mdou Moctar on that label, it's great in terms of it's clever, but the perverse side effect of it is that me seeing him sign on that, I had a sort of natural or irrational, not bias, but like suspicion of it that prevents me of fully because I fully expect that if he signed on that label, he probably must have colored his music to play it for his audience. Which I think he has.
They have a term for that over here, Stunty. They call it selling out.
and
I don't think he has
a major fan of Mdu Mokhtar. I've gone to 8 of his live shows. He is a brilliant guitar player, and his music is, to me, very authentic to the Saharan blues and that experience. So yeah, he's on a big label. But where I was going to go next, talking about someone like Mdu Mokhtar and even a band like Tanarwin, they provide English translations to their lyrics. So I think that helps their appeal in at least the United States and in Western nations. But then you get a band like my latest infatuation is the Michelle Gunn Elephant. This really hardcore Japanese garage rock. These guys friggin' rock. And the musicianship is totally outstanding. But of course, it's all sung in Japanese, and they don't provide. Alton Good is another example. Love Alton Good.
Look, I have that set list.
And everything's, in Turkish, and you do not provide an English translation to their lyrics. Yet I encounter people who seem to put up this barrier, put up this wall, that they're unwilling to delve into music that they don't understand the words.
Jose, how much did your dick increase in length when you got that set list?
Well, you know what? I was in Mexico. There was a festival, and I was a photographer for it. Wait, and I was drinking with them.
Cool!
Backstage, I was drinking with them backstage. We were drinking pulque, and the guys were really nice. But because I think the singer, she left the band. Recently.
They've been through 2 female vocalists,
and she was so pissed off because the Brian Johnston massacre was there, and they were really fucked up in the middle, drinking a bunch. And Antoine was like telling me why he would never live in the U.S. again, and how his house in Berlin. And he was so fucked up. He started telling everybody like, they're playing my instruments. This is my fucking band. And she was like really scared to come out because there was a lot of fucking yelling going on. And the guy told me like, you like the show? And I was like, yeah, I know you guys for a long time. Because, this label, I was putting it out because this is ATO. I don't know how to say it in English. But they have Jim James, King Gizzard is in there, stuff like that. I think this is what I call a KXP band.
Yeah.
I hear you.
KXP band, also KXP band.
That was another one. I was going to mention them. Another band. They don't provide English lyrics, and
they don't even sing in Japanese. Did you know that they're not singing in Japanese?
Well, I know it's a made-up language.
Yes.
Yeah, they're just making up sounds to go.
They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, and people get put off by that, and I'm thinking,
oh no,
this is fucking brilliant.
Right.
By the way, nice shirt, by the way.
Rezzies. I think I never answered that question, Stunty, but yeah, I would rather not hear English in my music. That's actually what I'm always striving for. Either there's no words, or if there are words, they're not in English.
But you know what? Because I've talked with Stunty about lyrics. I think when I listen to lyrics in English, I really don't pay a lot of attention. I can't help but to really focus when I hear in Spanish.
Yeah.
But for example, I personally think that one of the reasons that Chico Buarque is not more famous outside of Brazil, at least in this side of the continent, than Caetano Veloso or Tim Maya.
Not sure.
In Europe, he's very popular, Stunty, but he's not as popular here as you think. I would say that 60% of people that have heard Tim Maya doesn't really know who Chico Buarque is. And
I think when you're saying that. Wait, I think that it's telling more of you and your age there, because there's I can assure you there's no chance. Wait, shut the fuck up. I can assure you that people that are a little older than you have a very different experience than you on that, because Timo Maya, he was underground, he was not distributed.
I love Tim Maya.
Where when in the reality, Chico Buarque was actually the Minister of Culture of Brazil for a bunch of years. He was playing all the jazz festivals around the world, including the US. He was the biggest ambassador after what's the the duo? No. He's bigger than them. But what's the name of the duo? The guy on the guitar and the woman singing on the guitar. They were, they had this album on Verve Records with the yellow and green cover.
¿Cuál es? Carlos, no.
Carlos Jobim.
Well, Jobim is probably the most.
Gilberto and voilà. But Chico Buarque is.
I know in Europe.
No, not just in Europe. It's a generational thing that you're showing.
I'll tell you why I think differently, at least here in Latin America, because there are Caetano Veloso. There's a lot of Mexican pressings, a lot of Colombian pressings, Venezuelan pressings, but there are no Chico Buarque pressings here. And all the Chico Buarque records I have, they all say import, so they're from Brazil. It
was easy to find in Mexico in the 70s and 80s.
No, yeah, as
it was very well distributed. It was not import like European.
It was not as popular that they would press it here.
Yeah, but I would be shocked, and I already know the answer actually. But that, if you ask musicians, Mexican musicians who are in their 50s or more, they all know who Chico Buarque is. They all.
If they do, they probably still heard about Gal Costa, Caetano Veloso first, because
this is more new. Like Gal Costa, this is more hips. It's been a newer phenomenon.
They started at the same time.
But they were not as well distributed.
Of course they were, because Caetano Veloso lived in the UK.
Guys, this is usually when I hang up the phone.
They call this point count.
No. Look.
Either way, that song is fire with Milton. I love this record.
That one. Construction is my favorite one.
Amazing.
The brown one, Construction.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter whatever the fuck I was saying about this. But what I was trying to say is that, for example, Chico Buarque, the lyrics are really fucking good. If you can understand Chico Buarque's lyrics, they're really good. Like even
probably the most translated Brazilian singer in other languages.
Yes, but but what I'm saying is, like, for example, if you understand like the song Construction, every single, I don't know what the name in what's the name? Do you have that in French? Of course you do, because you have accents. When you have the third syllable, is the strongest with the, what do you call that in French?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, here it's sobre esdrújula, but so every single word has the accent on the third to last syllable, which is extremely hard to write. So even stuff like that, I think, gets lost.
It's true, but I still think that, like, I might be wrong, but like I would bet something on that. Like, if I sing you the most famous Chico Buarque song, everyone will have heard and know it. A que será, que será, que será.
That was translated a lot. That was re-recorded.
Never heard
it. Yes, but if that's, I think that
don't
one
even know the name.
Most famous
I've never heard
Brazilian
Chico
song.
Buarque,
That's my point.
the name Chico Buarque before.
Well, you've probably seen the meme. There's his first record is a big meme.
Don't let Jose start talking about memes like that. That's gonna end bad with me. Like, let me show you a cover of a record, since like we're finishing this and we can show records and have fun. Before I show it to you, if you, as a sort of Pavlovian reflex, what would you expect a Palestinian record cover to be like, to look like? Think about it in your mind, and then I show you a recent one.
It looked like a little like that.
No, it's there.
Yeah.
Well, there's the hyper modern like Arabic letters, but still it kind of looks like I don't know what it is, but yeah,
it looks like a Oracle
Wizard.
That's wild, man.
Almost looks like something from those early, well, actually maybe late 70s European bands that they might come up with. You know, something like an Aksak Mabul or you know, just something really weird.
It looks like an ostrich tentacle cover a little bit.
Right, or Amandu or something like that.
I saw that Michael had he went to grab a record. Do you have something you want to show?
Well, I mean, you know, I got some playful ones too. When it comes
you're watching us on the TV or on a big screen, right? Because we see you watching not towards the screen, right?
Yeah. Well, the camera's here.
Yeah,
but my iMac is there. So. But this is
try when you show it to the camera.
I
remember.
Yeah. And then it opens out. It's killer.
That's clean. That's clean.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And
Is that wait? Can you show it again inside?
It was produced by Herb Alpert.
Can you show the inside
like
again?
Herb Alpert, the green one.
Oh, sure.
It does look like Herb Alpert.
Yeah.
I really did.
Can you show the guy? Can you show the guy? Is that the Mandalorian?
Pedro Pascal.
Man, you know,
I really did really good, cool packaging though. You know, just very
so
nice.
why did you want to show that one? What's special to you about it? That's cool.
Yeah,
That is cool.
And then of course the classic A&M.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clean, very clean.
Very clean.
I got it from an estate sale. This guy had all kinds of 50s, 60s, and 70s, just well, I know that's offensive to people, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
And then I picked up something just recently, and I should have did more homework. Right now, I'm trying to boost my collection. I'm trying to cover a lot of the early 50s, 60s, 70s sci-fi soundtrack kind of music, Vangelis, Tomita.
I can see that in your background, yeah.
I picked this up.
Nice crotch angle.
Stuff, but you know, I'm talking about the real early cool stuff. But I picked this up just recently.
Oh, I got that bad boy.
You got this?
Yes, I do.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, this is kind of where I'm at right now. Just really picking up a lot of the old classic living stereo. Has some of the sound, the audio quality of living stereo.
Oh, I want that. It's all Forbidden Planet.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That's probably the best American vintage sci-fi soundtrack.
Oh, it's awesome.
But wait, Sean, what like? Sorry for being a nerd, but what edition is that? Is that an original?
I think this is an original. I've done a little research.
Wow.
And it's with the green, original green.
For those who don't know, that was made by Bébé Baron and her husband, but it's basically made by her. She had to put the husband name in it because the 50s America.
Yeah.
But this is
one of the
really experimental electronic music. It kind of has like a Moog record feeling a little bit, but not too much.
And it has theremin.
Yeah,
it's more like Doctor Who-ish.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
that.
Well, a lot of that stuff sounds the same. The Twilight Zone episodes, stuff like the Twilight Zone had a theremin in its opening too. So
yes,
it was everywhere then.
Yeah, this is really.
I thought it was some of the coolest music ever.
And very sparse, and it's actually a pretty cool listen.
Oh, absolutely! I love that old stuff, man.
There's your theremin, buddy.
There you go, my man.
That's the first. Yeah. That's the first one that they introduced the theremin.
Is it like is it like a 7-inch box set?
Yeah.
Isn't it real to real?
I thought you had a reel to reel. You got reel to reel, man?
Nah, dude.
On the Capitol. I love it.
That's pretty rad.
I love it.
And the back is just black, or is it? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The back is just black, or is there information? In
there's information.
Oh, yeah, nice. Oh, that makes me think of a cool one.
There's some Vangelis for you there.
This one is really good, actually. Yeah.
I can't see it.
Do you know this one?
Ooh.
No, but it looks lovely.
Nice, yeah.
Look at the musicians. There's Paul de Marinis, Maggie
Yeah.
Payne,
Appropriately named.
Ginger
Lovely.
Pirani, and it's
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Very nice.
That's nice.
you can still find it fairly cheap. Like it should be. It's not easy to find, and
Yeah.
I mean, if you find it for less than $40, get it, because it should be worth like 3 times that, considering the rarity and finding it in good shape.
Look, I wanted to show you quickly. Look, this Gal Costa.
Oh yeah,
Right.
buddy.
But do you see the tag? These are the tags that have like the
import. Yeah.
import thing.
Oh yeah.
So, but they're all Philips original ones. And for example, one of the most popular ones, at least here in Latin America, was Milton Nascimento.
Yeah.
Is that a residence? Oh no, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it. But this is so the biggest singer from Argentina of protest folk music is Mercedes Sosa, which is I don't know if I've ever said that online, but I have the most amount of records by her that I collect. I collect her like she's a Pokemon. So,
Everyone is very happy for you, Jose.
yes, I know you are. But
You gotta get Smoochie?
but this is a very peculiar record because they're both from Argentina. But Milton Nascimento and most people in Brazil, they had to learn more than one language to become popular. Milton Nascimento sings in Spanish, Portuguese, Italian. Chico Buarque sings in English. Well, Milton as well, right? But most of them had to sing at least in 3 or 4 languages.
One of my absolute favorite records is I've played it and showed it a few times. It's an album of Chico Buarque with Ennio Morricone. And there's two versions of it.
Mhm.
So basically, it's when the dictatorship was in full effect. He had to flee to Europe, and he was recording with an album in Brazilian, in Portuguese, with Morricone as the writer, the composer of the music, and his orchestra and his musicians, the Morricone. And there's a lot of chorus of female singers singing with him.
They're very pretty.
After they recorded it, Chico realized or thought that they're good. I think they're better at Italian than at Portuguese, and they're beautiful at Italian. So they did an Italian version of it where he sings Italian, and it's the most beautiful thing ever.
It's Per un puñado di samba.
Yes. So it's that the marketing is like the Sergio Leone movie for a fistful of dollars, a fistful of samba. So it sounds exploitative, but the music is
nice.
No, it's very orchestral. Very. I have that.
Yeah, everybody. I mean, this is low hanging fruit. No,
but you know what? I got a really clean, I got a clean one for like $5, and I was really happy about it.
Yeah, that's nice, dude.
I went to Austin.
Dude, I got mine for similar. I think I got it for like $5 or $4 from this guy at a collectible show. He had a ton of stuff. I was like, oh my God, and it was in mint condition. Yeah. But let me show you this real. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just sold that. I didn't like it that much. It was that one.
It's not good, but if I see a Morricone record,
I hear you.
Yeah, he's great, man.
Yeah, I just let that one go.
I love it so much.
That's my favorite.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Charles
Ron
Bronson
is a big time Morricone collector.
Are we doing more? Hold on.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite Morricone right there.
This is one of the few records I have from my mom's collection.
And it's Sean, that's also the record most reflective of your politics, right?
Could be.
Oh
and
man,
true white guy in Detroit, right?
Violent.
Yeah. Well, not Detroit's not a mess, but the country is.
This was my mom's. Well, she gave
awesome. Look at that cover,
dude.
The artwork is sensational.
Yeah, it's a German press. Which one's
All
that?
right.
It's Spasmo.
Ah, it's possible.
Yeah.
Wow.
Imagine you know nothing about this. You go to the record store and you see that cover.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm
I
picking it up right
immediately.
away. I'm jumping on it right away, man.
Yeah.
No problem.
That's why I collect a lot of
It's a
anime
beautiful
soundtracks.
I got that.
It's such a beautiful
Arturo
record.
Akai.
I love
Got
this
that,
record so
Chris.
much.
But like,
I
okay,
got
the
it.
question, Chris, is that an
Yeah.
original?
No.
Neither is mine. So
Hey, speaking of voice, body, just using the voice as an instrument, Zap Mama.
oh
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Yeah,
And I just remember, I don't know if it was Sesame Street or Between the Lions. When I was like 8 or 9, I heard this song, and I was just like, "Where
They used to
am I?"
tour. They used to tour Zap Mama.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I remember them touring before.
Yep.
Before you close the show, Stunty, there's a couple things I wanted to. My latest kicks, so to speak, who I'm like infatuated in.
Do it.
I've mentioned them already a couple times.
Yeah,
Yep.
Elephant.
The
What?
Michelle Gun Elephant.
Okay, I gotta listen.
They
What an
were
actual name for a band, huh?
they very hardcore garage rock band that leans on the punk side of garage rock as opposed to the
Looks cool.
psychedelic side.
I'm about it.
And their catalog goes from the late 90s up into the early 2000s. They've recently reissued the entire catalog, remastered. They all sound really, really great.
They look
So
awesome.
I don't know if they're getting ready to tour, but I wanted to mention the Japanese band Toe. I thought they had retired, but no, they're touring in Japan again now. And I'm sitting there thinking, shit, I would love to be there to check out, one of their shows.
Yeah.
Another kick I'm on right now is
That's a good
Paralonia
one, too.
Ozono.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get, his records. I've
I
been,
found how Richard tends to have a little bit of a case of yellow fever usually.
yeah, well, I also date similarly. But anyway,
Holla.
That's what I meant.
Okay, hey man.
Hey,
Play up,
man.
but I've always, Ryuichi Sakamoto has always been and remains one of my favorite composers.
Richard, Ryuichi Sakamoto is my favorite composer of the 20th century, bar none.
Yeah, his melody from Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, to me is one of the most, if not the most beautiful melody ever composed.
Yes.
Did you see that this week they announced a new album, a collaboration with Alvanotto of piano work, pure piano works, 12 tracks.
I heard about that as well because I've got one of his recordings that he did with Alvo Noto, which for a while when I was first listening to it, there were these bizarre like clicks that I was hearing, and I thought it was a flaw in the pressing. But then I realized that these clicks were rhythmically in sync with what was going on with the music. And that was Aldo Novo doing his electronic, like turning static into music. It was just really amazing.
I want to hang
But
out with
anyway,
Richard.
I wanted to mention those.
Richard, do you know this? You like Japanese garage rock?
Oh,
I
this
can't
is
see what it
amazing.
is.
This is the best Japanese garage band, I think.
Oh, White Heaven?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'll have to check that out then. White Heaven. Okay.
Yeah, this is very really almost like MC5.
But more minimal.
Well, the
right?
Michelle Gun Elephant, man.
Parts of it are stunty, yeah.
Yeah, you should check them out because they're exhausting when you're listening to them because it is just nonstop, in your face, hardcore garage rock.
Okay.
And even with that album that I showed, I wanted to know what they were singing, so I translated all the lyrics, and I realized, yep, this is exact. They're like, I don't know how to pronounce it. To me, they're like rock and roll yakuza or yakuza.
Yakuza.
I mean,
yeah.
I swear these guys got connections with the yakuza. They do.
They might.
Wait, before Jose, because when we're still talking about Brazilian music, I just wanted to show one of the earliest Nascimento records I got. And when we talk about the American relation with foreign music, in order to convince the American audience to buy records like that, you had to do stuff like that.
Like a hype stickers type of what?
Incredible. Yeah. Here's why.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Hear me out. Trust me.
Hear me out type
Trust
shit.
me.
Milton. Well, yeah. Well, same with stuff like that. There's a Caetano Veloso cover that it was hand painted, and they thought it was too vulgar, so they took him out. It's called Joya. That's a pretty good one. I was gonna suggest something that it's really not easy to get, but there's a reissue coming out in the US, and to be honest, it more than likely will sound better than the original one, because the original ones are, made with like scraps of vinyl. But it's this record that I've showed quite a lot. This is from El Salvador. If you like garage, early '60s garage rock, that Latin American,
like Los Psychos.
No, the Vikings, Los Vikings. Not Los Vikings. We say it like that, but it's Vikings. But I have 3 copies of that shit.
Do you have any Gucci?
There seems to be a fascination in Latin America and the Caribbean with Vikings. Like in Guadeloupe, there's also Les Vikings de la Guadeloupe. In most countries, there will be and often they're big collectives, so because they can change the lineup and. But
this originally came out in the US as well, because extremely weird, but I think El Salvador was probably one of the only countries that most of their national music was also being pressed in the US at the same time in the 60s and 70s, which is a little bit unheard of in the sense that a local band, like this kid, the youngest guy in the band, where's the motherfucker? This kid was, I think, 13 when he was playing bass in this band. They do
a pedo band.
They have a cover of what's that band? Out of Focus. Well, you know that song Out of Focus? Luis Bonfa, one of my favorite. But in one of the worst covers, but I love it.
I know.
Turn it around.
Oh, yeah, I can see it.
Can you show the AJK in the back? There you go.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You see it? Isn't that wild?
Hey.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Doppelganger for sure.
That one was old goofy.
Yes. That guitar that he's playing, and that it's a Brazilian 12-string guitar. It plays the same way as a 12-string guitar, but it's shorter. So the strings sound extremely fucking bright, and that's the guitar they use in Led Zeppelin 3 for Tangerine and the other song that I can't remember. But I don't know. Little known fact, because he was getting popular, that guitar started being got a little popular. But again, this is getting repressed in the US.
And I want to say, since you were commenting on the cover of that Chris was showing, this cover you're showing now, it's sort of it's interesting because it looks like a new British or Belgium new wave record from the mid '80s, like something that could have come out on early 4AD or late Factory records.
Yeah, wait, I was going to.
A lot of very significant contributive bands, began when the band members were in their middle teens. So I mean, even somebody like the Shadows of Night, when they were 15 years old, they were playing concerts and not just high school dances, but they were playing halls. Slint, was touring when they were still in their middle teens and hanging out with bands like Jesus Lizard and all these other they were playing venues where they
Much more
probably
adult,
it was
yeah,
illegal
yeah.
for them to play.
Look, I would suggest getting a hold of this. This is not expensive, and it was pressed in Germany, so there's copies of it in discogs for like $20. So this is a compilation of psychedelic music from the '60s in El Salvador.
Oh yeah.
Which is the nice thing is that most of them were only 7 inches, because there was still not
I got a comp similar to that showed like the singles and the different colors on the back.
That's Los Psychos, probably that one from Los Psychos.
I don't know. I've got one or two Los Psychos, but
you were talking about like British
Los Yetis. That's wild.
This is like a British thing, but they reuse it a lot in El Salvador for like psychedelic stuff. But it's a UK thing. But it's very informative. It has a lot of like in Spanish and English thing. It's called Fuera de Atracción, and it was pressed there. I hope you have this. That's
this one I know, but
wow, that looks cool. Look at that. I love that cover.
But it's not that cool, the music.
No, really?
Well, it's protest music, basically for getting funds for the war. So some songs are interesting, and the other songs are more about like whatever the music and the lyrics.
I've been a bad boy.
Mm.
You know how like music and vinyl should always matter before anything else. And normally, I would say if a record comes out and there's different colors of the same record, it's the same pressing, so just get the cheaper one. In the future, no one will care about these variants. Like they will be worth the same as the black one.
No,
I spent a whole $2 extra to get, instead of the black one, to get this.
Hey, I mean, it's cool.
I think it's worth $2.
Yeah, but I'm a bad boy. I've been weak here. I acknowledge. I've sinned. But
you're forgiven.
Come on.
You're forgiven. It looks cool.
And it's funny.
I love color vinyl, but it's so hard to see flaws on the surface with a lot of color variants.
This is true.
Stunty,
but I only listen to toilet flushing music, so who cares?
But Stunty,
I don't think you would ever know what the fuck this is. Do you know what that is?
Ooh.
You know what this is?
Taylor Swift.
No, it's Quero
I'm playing.
No,
but I bought this just because it looks.
Oh, it almost looks the same.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Nice.
But this is a band that everybody wanted Death Grips to collaborate.
Yeah,
it's like early bubblegum hyper puppy music. But,
basically Machine Girls now.
It's something like that, yeah.
Well, my record that I showed, I'm gonna play it next Friday. It's a GRM. It's a musique concrète record. So
it's a GRM.
Oh, I'm all about music concrete. Stunty.
Michael.
You just brought up sinning.
Yeah.
Can I sin a bit for you? Can you bring me up?
It depends who you plan to offend.
Oh, I'm not going to offend anybody, but I'm sinning by showing a
joking.
Instead of an album.
Oh yeah, okay.
That is a sin. I needed to bring this up for a reason. Richard?
It is Alvanotto, right?
Yeah.
Aldo Nova. Is that in sync or async?
In sin. INSEN. But I'll tell you this.
Insyn, yes.
This is the perfect example of material that came out. This needs to be on wax.
It is.
No.
Yeah, it exists on vinyl now, yeah.
In fact, I have that one, I think. Let me go find it.
And before you let me off here, hold on. Fantastic Tomita album.
Yeah.
Tomita.
And speaking of color.
Because, let's talk about Tomita for a second, even if we should have ended this like a long time ago.
Oh,
yeah, nice.
I see that in the shops every once in a while.
And you know what's even cooler, guys? At the very end of the album, he has
a locked groove.
Well, there's a sine wave, like you can decode it. There's a message.
Oh, nice.
So when you think about it, he did this back in the 70s, but he put an encoded message at the very end of the album. It's awesome. Oh, you got it. I gotta get this.
It's on vinyl, apparently.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, because when I was first listening to it, I thought I had a flawed pressing, that there were these imperfections. And then I suddenly, then I eventually realized that no, those imperfections were musically in rhythm with everything else that was going on.
Because Alvinoto, the reason why Ryu Sakamoto got with Alvinoto is because that was Alvinoto's unique style of creating music. Nobody had ever done that before.
Can I show a vanity project of mine? One of my favorite.
Before you show it, I must state that you guys are relentless. I give you an opportunity to show records not polluted by Paul McCartney, Rolling Stones, Metallica, and whatever, and Taylor Swift. And you go rabid on me.
Oh, it's good shit. It's all good stuff, man.
Okay, your vanity project, Jose. You already forgot about it, and you're showing a Blu-ray. What is this?
He's sending to
Possession.
Yeah, it's Possession.
Yeah, but you were about to show a vanity project. You said.
Oh wait. So
you have you're a goldfish, man.
No, wait. So one of my favorite vinyl color variants. It's Swan's first record, filled with a pink vinyl version. I'm not gonna go get it because in the other room. But I love it because it's like it doesn't really make any sense that it exists, but I love it. So when I had the chance to reissue Mersebeat by Mersbo, we did it in pink, and then we did with these guys called Wax Mage that do like the most surreal fucking vinyl color that you can see.
God, that looks great.
And this one has some postcards, actual paper in the middle of the record.
Yeah.
So. Wait, let me show the other ones.
Yeah,
you did it?
Yes.
Wow.
This is the other one. I don't know why people like this one because against the light, it looks better.
That's very cool.
Yeah. Wait, let me show the other one.
Both of them.
We did 5 and then like a hand pressed one. This is my favorite one. It looks like AI.
All right.
Yeah,
nice.
I like how it's not totally covering it all.
Yeah, but it looks
remember,
like
Jose, that's the one I asked you to keep for me, huh? This kind.
I only have one of these, but the other ones.
But you know what I'm talking about.
I cannot get into.
Oh yeah, I know that.
I can't get into Merzbow. I tried to, but I can't get into Merzbow.
It's a whole thing.
You know, Michael, the interesting thing about Merzbow, like you, I guess he's been a constant presence when you're into records and experimental music. And for years, I was a bit like, yeah, I know what it is, but like, it's just, it's people are making a big thing out of not much, in my opinion. And in the past few years, I've found a bunch of Merzbow records that actually, where he gets out of his comfort zone. I played one a month ago, I think, that has a beat.
Was that 2 weeks ago?
Well, it's not about beat. It's just
but like it changes the whole thing because suddenly, since the music of Merzbow is extremely abstract, there's not really any, almost like geographical points in it.
They're basically sonic fields, just really sonic fields,
Yeah, but without any focus on harmony. Even if you can find every sound has a tone, obviously, but like yeah.
Oh, Wolf Eyes.
Well,
yeah.
I respect his legendary status. I do respect it. Now, what is that?
Wolf Eyes.
Wolf Eyes?
Oh, yeah, Wolf Eyes. Yes,
they're from Michigan.
Did you
Wolf Eyes? He just came back from a tour in China, where he played. Nowadays, he plays with his son.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, his son is part of the band, which is quite interesting. The way he implemented that as well. So Wolf Eyes, for those who don't know, is an American harsh noise artist, but his brand of harsh noise is
It's a duo, isn't it? Isn't it a duo?
it was, and then it was him alone, and now it's him with his son. And
Originally, there were three of them. Wasn't there three of them?
Yes,
maybe,
originally,
probably.
yeah.
But in Wolfeyes and in his solo stuff, Aaron Dillaway, you will find a sense of musicality that is very different from the one you have in Merzbow, and they're both categorized as harsh noise artists. So,
Well, Merzbow was the first cassettes, which I reissue some. There were organic stuff being thrown out doing music, but it was a duo. Merzbow for the first 12, 15 cassettes was a duo. It was like a band. Also, in the 90s, there was a girl in the band. But I personally think that Merzbow is releasing way better music right now than before. He has a lot of great collaborations nowadays.
Anthony Braxton, Marshall Allen, those were amazing collabs.
Richard
Anthony Braxton?
Yeah.
Wolfeyes
on YouTube. Watch it on YouTube, man. It's all.
I gotta see that. Anthony Braxton is fire.
But
what do you guys think about, since you're talking about, basically like this guitar walls of sound? What do you think of Ulrich Schnauz?
Ulrich Schnauz from Germany. He started doing this like very mellow electronica, we used to call it back then. It was like more pastoral IDM, and he was doing kind of like shoegaze, people say, in electronica, and he's been here a few times because he's done music with my neighbor Seba, the drum and bass producer, because he's obsessed with drum and bass, and they did a collab. His music, I find, it lacks the tension that I need in music.
I'm with you 100%. I can't get into him. I try, and he's collaborated with people I think are great, but I just can't. I don't know. I just can't get him. I was just curious though, because that the whole guitar thing, I'm more of a kind of a Fripp kind of guitar manipulation kind of thing than I am a noise kind of thing.
You're a boomer.
Pretty much. I stand accused.
Stunty, do you know this guy? I was gonna ask you the other day, but I didn't. He's a very peculiar. Do you know this guy?
Oh yes, dude. I am on the hunt.
Does he have?
What? I am on the hunt.
How many felonies does he have on his record?
He's dead, so he's probably like he has at least one.
I am on the hunt for Esquivel like you wouldn't believe, my friend.
I don't know it. To be honest,
I was looking for this one when we were talking about like sci-fi music. So this is like music that sounds like what people in the Jetsons thought the space age was gonna sound.
That's my wheelhouse.
I love Esquivel.
So this is like it's loungy, jazzy, space music.
Yes.
So, but I would recommend it. I found this one really cheap.
Yeah, I love that guy.
I mean, he's got many albums that are great.
Look at what's going on in the comment section. You got Grass here who's saying that he put a Wolfeyes show from 2003 on YouTube, and Paul here says, "Yeah, this is great." And Sean on screen, guilty as the others, says, "Yeah, it was excellent." And then Grass, "Yeah, a woman got her throat sliced open from a cymbal in the front row." Yeah,
that's amazing.
Irredeemable.
That's pretty metal.
You know what Hillary Clinton would say about you guys?
Yes,
you're the deplorables.
As someone that owns G.G. Allen VHS tapes.
When I bought
Warp Dog is on
when it was released in the record store, the guy that was checking me out had this like huge he had like stitches on his brow, and his eye was puffed up, and he was going, "Hey," because the Clash had played in Tucson the night before. And he was like, "Did you go to the show, man?" And I was like, "No, I had to work, and he goes, "Yeah, that's where I got this."
Yeah.
It's a war medal.
Yeah.
Whatever.
War wound.
War wound. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It happens, man.
The two
That's
worst
like
things that
us
happened
too.
to me
But-
with
but-
bands is one time, and I think I told the story before, is twice at the Jesus Lizard gigs in the early 90s, like the pit was so hot that you couldn't breathe anymore. So everyone was reaching for the stage because there were like AC on there or like ventilators. So you would try to climb a little bit on the edge of the scene of the stage, and then David Yo, he would pull out his dick and say, "Here's the refreshments," and he would pee on you.
Okay. Nice of them.
And then the other time at the All Tomorrow's party in 2003 in the UK, where the Captain Beefheart Magic Band played, the Four, Coil, Partake, Soviet France, Jim O'Rourke, Bernard Parmigiani. Like when it was over. Weak lining, exactly. Public Enemy was playing as well. And
I ran into Professor Griff.
Professor Griff.
4 weeks ago, we had a record fair in our Eastern Market, and I'm walking to the record fair, and he's standing by a guy without just chilling.
Well, he's a guy, Michael. He's allowed to live and to move in real life.
Floating above.
Oh no, I know. He hangs out here a lot, so it's not really a surprise. But it's just kind of cool. Just hey, Public Enemy, you're just legendary, and there's one of the members just chilling. That's cool.
But at that festival, I think it was the second day. Me and my buddy from Miami, Romulo from Phoenicia, when the day was at the dawn of the day, like after the night, we happened to be, I don't remember exactly how, but we were locked outside our chalet in underwear and nothing else. And suddenly we meet Russell Horswell and Aaron Funk from Venetian Snares, and they're both in like massive leather trench coats. They look at us, and Russell Horswell, you guys know Russell Horswell? He's responsible for the Touch sub-label called Ash International. He's done records for Warp. He's a harsh noise artist. He's most famous musically and he's a pal of Ottaker. He's most famous for doing an album called Satan's Tornade. And the music is pretty much in line with that. So we're like 5 a.m. It's freezing. We're naked. We're locked outside of our cabin. There's no one outside. There's just the fog of the morning in the British countryside. And we see these two dudes in black trench coats. And Russell Horswell, he starts to smile at me, and he opens his trench coats, and there's big ass hunting knives in it.
Well, Stunty, before I joined the conversation, I was overhearing you guys when I was setting up. So you know Richard Devine, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, because man, I don't
call
know
him Dick Devine.
I don't know if you can call me a follower. I don't know if you can call me a follower. I'm not really a follower, but I've kept up with his career, and I've watched him over the years grow. This guy's got a studio. I mean, there's not one piece of electronic equipment he's never touched.
First time I met him, he was staying at my house in the suburbs of Paris. And he showed me, like, as a way to introduce and bond with me, he showed me a membership card that I had no idea what it was, and he was very proud of it. And what is it? And he was shocked that I didn't know, and then he was like adamant that I should know it, because it was a membership card to a porn video club or something. And I can tell you, this dude, he's ridiculous. Richard Devine is the most ridiculous human being I've ever met in my whole life. He's fun. Yeah, he's from Atlanta, and I think he still lives there.
Oh, he's huge too in the right circles. Richard Devine is major.
Yeah. He's the go-to guy to test new synthesizer for brands. He used to skate. I think his brother was a skater, but he's he's the most annoying guy in the world when you hang out. You know the kind of guy you like, but he's like Jose but times 10.
Well, wait a minute. I mean, kind of what makes him annoying? What's the one trait that
He's
kind of
hyper? He's hyper and he's nerdy as shit, and he has no boundaries.
It's because I need
the
a
center
cigarette.
of the world.
I need a
See,
cigarette.
that's why he's where he is. That guy probably never rests. He's probably
Well, he also comes from money, so that helps.
well, then that to me, that's a game. No, takes it all out of there. I much prefer the people who really, really work to get where they are, because anybody could do it on. Well, no, you can
He's
get
the
money.
kind of
You
guy-
can get a lot of money doesn't mean you're talented. Really,
He's the kind of guy who seriously spends some time
Well-
in his life training to suck his own dick.
Michael, remember the biggest talent in the world is money.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
Unfortunately, but true.
Yeah.
it happens to be Bruce Wayne's
Hey,
superpower.
Alex.
Well, you know, it's like it just happens. So money has a big thing going for it most of the time.
Yes, it does.
That's why pop punk is a dog shit of a genre, if you ask me. But if you ask me, that's just.
So anyone has some lost words, records,
I
points?
want to.
One last record. If you're into Vangelis, this is one of his oldest with this suckers.
Yeah.
This is out cold, man.
I'll tell you what, Michael. The reason why I love Alvanotto so much, especially his Xerox series, is that it allows me to completely forget about Vangelis. No, but I'm being cheeky here, but I think that Alvanotto, seriously, I think he's the sort of, like all the main characteristics that we love about Vangelis, he's like big chords and all that. That I will admit that I think it has aged some to a degree that becomes a bit problematic for my pure enjoyment. And the fact that Alvanotto, especially in his Xerox project, he manages to still channel that world.
But the one I showed you is not that grand. He doesn't go. But like, it's more electronic, basically.
Yeah. But like with Alvanotto, the thing is that there's only electronics left in what he does, and it's not that he uses electronics to do something that already exists outside of electronics. He doesn't do church organs like Vangelis is doing. Stop trying to cut me, Al Pacino. I'll be finished in a second, in a few seconds. Don't worry about it. But the music of Alvanotto is so granular, and it has also the quality, the trance quality of Terry Riley that he managed to. Basically, in the Xerox series of Alvanotto, you get the best of Terry Riley, Vangelis, and Coil, the glitchy stuff. And so
interesting that you bring Coil into it. I don't think of DAF is great. I don't think of Coil, but okay.
But do you know what I'm talking about? The Xerox.
Absolutely.
But like Alvanotto is about the glitch. Like his music is literally started in the click and cuts glitch thing of the turn of the 90s to the 2000s, whereas Coil literally conceptualized the glitch like in 94 with the Elf album with Worship the Glitch.
I'm a big fan of the glitch genre. I got some glitch here. I really dug glitch when it came in. Yeah.
I got Worship the Glitch.
It's not the record you would start with Coil. It's interesting. I enjoy it, but it's extremely minimal.
What I wanted to say about Vangelis and Alvanotto is also that Vangelis used commercially available equipment from the era, so most of it is dated because that was the sound that was mass produced in instruments, and a lot of Alvanotto and stuff like and Coil. There were a lot of modular synths that I guess the technology was even older, 50s, 60s, that it has this certain quality to them that it's a little more timeless in how it sounds. And Vangelis was using a lot of like prophets and a bunch of stuff that it's very dated.
Principle. Yeah.
Yes.
The way you avoid this dated sound, there's a secret weapon in electronic music that Michael might be aware of, and if he's not, he might lie about it anyways.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm joking. But there's a rack that also exists in pedal mode that I'll give you an example. When I met Bernard Parmigiani in his studio, like king of musique concrète, in his way past his 80s, I was surprised to see he had one of these. And when I saw that, that really made me think, like, okay, he got the cheat code, and it's called. It's a model from a brand called Eventide, and they have different ways of it, and it's the harmonizer.
Oh, absolutely. I'm familiar with Eventide for sure. Yes.
It's literally an early way of granular synthesis. Basically, it's a plug-in, it's a pedal, a rack, but you apply it, you process whatever you're doing through an Eventide harmonizer, and it will give you a sort of harmonic, glitchy, timeless quality. That
that's technology that was
started in the early 80s.
Yes, but the main model, all that for modular synthesis is 50s and 60s. So the fact that it's not adding reverb, the fact that it's not adding like a lot of aesthetically popular stuff from the 80s, it also makes it.
No, it's not popular. It's something different.
No, but of course it's something different. But it's based on, it's like, the Grizzlizer, the throbbing gristle panning system from like the Hamburger Lady.
Hamburger Lady.
Like that. It's stuff that already existed. They just, did their own take,
new slant on it.
Yes. So, but it still makes it timeless, because the way that they would produce it, they would not be in the splendor of.
Have you, Jose? Honestly, have you actually used an Eventide harmonizer rack?
Yes.
Okay.
My friend from the band Los Mundos, he has a big Aero rack here.
What's that, Sean?
Yeah. One of the two best Oval records, Oval Discount 94.
Okay.
Oval, which basically the music is also as much as Coil, I think, the origin of glitch in contemporary electronic music.
Oh, okay.
I've got some. I don't have any pure Oval like CDs or whatever, but I do have Oval on many compilations.
Yeah. The one there's two to have like this, and this was actually, it's interesting because in the US, like in Europe, where it's from, in Germany, it was released on Mille Plateau, but in the US it was released on Thrill Jockey.
Oh, System Image.
Okay.
And System Image, is the really for me.
I never asked this earlier, but I find a lot of my material through Spotify. That's literally how I got to discover most of the things that
So Spotify didn't make you discover it. You dug deep.
Yeah, I was Spotify. Digging. Yeah, I go through all the similar artists and I just type things. Yeah.
I'm more of a clicking on everything on discogs guy. Me too. So if you really like the Spotify rabbit hole, I would say that the Discog one is sometimes even more fun, because you do have the YouTube player, or sometimes you have like the Apple.
And if you don't have the YouTube, you may have the SLSK cheat code as well.
Yeah, I also have like sometimes
SLSK, SoulSeek.
So SoulSeek.
I primarily use YouTube to explore.
Yeah, YouTube.
I don't subscribe to Spotify. I don't do Apple iTunes. I just do YouTube, And I recognize that listening to it on YouTube, I'm not necessarily going to get the full musical sense of the recording, but I hear enough of it to go, I'm kind of interested in this. I want to explore more.
I only use it for research. You know what I mean?
I think the same, but like really, the SLSK is like the stuff that's not on YouTube.
Yeah,
there's a chance. I mean, you add 30% chance to finding reference, and when you don't find any reference, pay up, bitch, pay up.
I think
I don't use any streaming sites to look for music.
Really?
I crate dig YouTube. What I normally do is let's say okay,
that's a streaming site. YouTube is a streaming site, Michael.
That's very true. Yes.
What I mean by that is I'm talking about the conventional music carriers like Spotify and Apple.
I mean platform.
What I do is I crate dig per channel or stream. Let's say, and you could say, okay, you're getting me off of stream. Let's say a DJ is streaming.
Mm-hmm.
If let's say a really cool electronic cut comes up, wow, I want to have that in my playlist. I just automatically go over to Shazam while the video is playing, and it'll tell me what the DJ's got in case the DJ doesn't put it up. And then I'll look for it. You know, I'll go to Shazam. Shazam will show it what it is. Then I'll find it somewhere else, and then I'll put it into my playlist. So I just basically, or believe it or not, I'll be watching a Stunty.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And he'll put something up because he's.
I think we all can believe you here.
And I'm like, holy.
Everyone here.
Yeah, it's very much. Yeah.
That's what I like.
That's why we're here. I guess.
The only problem with Stunty is that the
Mm-hmm.
stuff that he plays, even Shazam can't recognize.
This is
well,
true.
he shows the cover and
the barcode.
And then Sean sometimes puts the link to.
I just need it now.
Yeah.
Because of fucking Trump, I have to do it myself now.
Yeah, I know. The switch.
What I like about gramophone records in Chicago is that they have like 5 listening stations. So I could go through a lot of different music and pull out a lot of it was unsealed, so you could listen to it and get a sense of it. And found a lot of music like that, especially in the house, techno, EDM, electronica, range. So I'm really thankful for that opportunity because there are other record stores that I found in Chicago that have listening stations, but if they're just, I don't know, gramophone records. I think they're still open because the last I heard, the guy that runs the shop was maybe not in the best of health. I don't know what's going on with that place. But
go ahead.
But so basically, what I do is like what Jose said, and one aspect with the discogs digging, it's pretty basic in a way. It's like when you find something really interesting, you just click on all the links you can till there's nothing left, till you start to run circles, then you listen to everything, and then you trust your taste and your
till you found out a new pseudonym for Richard D. James. Then you're like, all right.
Richard, were you aware that Robert Gorel has a new album out? Robert Gorel
with his girlfriend, or with the woman who plays with him now, right?
Yeah, because Gabby from DAF died, the other guy.
Yeah.
He died during COVID.
Yeah,
but
6 years ago.
Robert Gorel is continuing on.
I don't really know anything about them. I just
know you're starting. Okay.
Yeah. I found this record, and I'm trying to remember where I found it. I think I might have found it.
Richard, Richard, that's a rabbit hole you want to go down. They are fantastic, dude.
Of course.
You just remember this showed up. Yeah. It was a recommendation from what the hell is the website that's Bandcamp. Oh, yeah, it was a recommendation from Bandcamp. And so I listened to it on Bandcamp, and I was like, "Oh wow!" I ordered it before it was even done playing.
Doing the
My
most.
love affair with Daft, Deutsche American in French, I started with this song and this record.
Yes, I have a lot of their stuff. That's a
This
great.
is the B-side of their biggest hit, but der Räuber und der Prinz is. Yeah, this is also the song that made me fall in love with the German language. That like, it's ugly usually, but actually this I find beautiful.
But see, this is
it wasn't 99 Luftballons.
That's what
I was telling you guys earlier. While folks here were all interested in techno, I'm listening to DAF.
That's what I like about the Japanese garage is that they take a very Western musical style and then they apply their language and the rhythm of their language and the nuance of their language to it, and it's just fantastic.
Yellow Magic Orchestra is.
You have to go. I was just gonna say, everybody have a good rest of the day.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet everyone.
You're really cool, man. See ya.
Michael, since you mentioned that Front 242 being one of your big eye openers, so I assume you were into this.
Yes, Clinic is great.
For me,
I don't have anything by them.
Well,
I got to get some.
I think that I like some Front 242, but for me, it's a little bit. I have a feeling about them now. There's a bunch of really good songs, but it's a bit edgelordy in a way. There's this whole thing about like being edgy and provocating, and I guess there is to some degree in Clinic as well. But I find the Clinic a little more
rhythmic.
Curious is not necessarily the right word, but like I find it more in line with stuff like that.
I'm like, I got Severed Heads.
Yeah, Severed is good.
Come visit.
Severed Heads is different band because it's like SPK. Like early Severed Heads is very raw and experimental, and then they had their pop star attempt, which is horrible. But right before they did a bunch of cool singles like Dead Eyes Open, which is amazing.
You like Come Visit the Big Bigot? That's a great album, I think.
The Big Bigot.
I like Come Visit. And then
I don't know that one. Come
Visit the Big Bigot. It's fantastic. And then there was another one of the big ones, Greater Reward. I love that tune.
Well, for me, the best.
Whoa.
Sean, will you stop it?
That's nice, dude.
This is the best Severed Heads album, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's the one I have.
Which one is that?
That's
there's the album.
Okay.
And the EP, Stretcher. It's from...
Isn't that a comp?
85. So it is a comp, but it's sort of an album as well.
Yeah.
And there's these tracks are so cool because you can play them at 33 or 45 and it's a completely different world. But about Daft, for me, one of the still kept secret of in their discography is the solo album of Gabi, which is, you can find it dirt cheap.
Stunny, I've got it, and I couldn't believe how good that album.
It's produced by Connie Plank and Stefan Witwer. I played the Stefan Witwer stuff, which is amazing. But it features in the musicians, you have Ryoichi Sakamoto, but you also have Jackie Liebetzeit from Cannes. You have who else? You have the other guys from Cannes. You have
that is so good, man. That's one of my
Manfred Schuf on trumpet. I mean, it's a romantic record in a way. But it's also like
it's extremely danceable. That's for sure.
And it's extreme also in the emotions. Like there's something, like in a way, it's kind of this. I would put in the same category as like Sex Dwarf,
Okay.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
In the sort of kinkiness,
Yep.
but it's more hidden in a way, but it's the
Yeah.
same kind of kinkiness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm finding so many.
Sean's killing me because now, if you want to consider, and I do consider Liebach to be electronic, Liebach is my favorite electronic band of, well, almost precludes. Ultravox is great, but my God, I've seen Liebach twice. Unbelievable shit.
I've never seen them live, but I think that they're really. I think they have a lot to say, and I think people misinterpret where they're coming from, and
not their latest album.
If you examine, kind of where they're coming from and what they're trying to expose, there's a lot going on. A lot going on with Liebach, and
their production quality rivals anybody. Their music, the cleanliness, the clean. I mean, it's just the production quality is unbelievable.
Well, then you have to check who is the producers on the records, because it's not them who they don't self-produce, apart from the only album that they produce themselves. I think is the pure electronic one, the box set that was released on that German label, Walter something. I forget the name. I played it a couple of years ago.
Which album you talking about? Capital? Would it be Capital?
No.
That's a great one too, man. Oh, I love.
It doesn't have any singing. It's a pure electronic music album, a double LP.
Yeah. That might be. It's called Confusion. I know what you're talking about. I got it, but I only got it digital. But I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I got almost everything by them.
They're still releasing quite a lot of stuff on the label from that guy who was I did a video with about his label, Garde Records, in Austria. Cool. They've released like 3 or 4 albums on his label in the past few years, and they're all pretty good.
If I were ever to say I was obsessed with a band, I'm obsessed with Liebach. I really.
It was the question was raised about that one album you showed, Stunty, that whether it was a comp, and for me, sometimes with some bands, a good comp is a better way to go than to try and dive into. Like I have a comp of Killing Joke that I am completely happy with, and so I don't have to go dive into their massive discography. And so good comps are hard to find.
Yeah.
No, there's yes and no. I see your point, and I hate that I actually show the quote from a band.
With Robin Gristle, they have a really good comp, I think, that is it. And I have a couple of their individual releases, but for me to find their individual releases, one, affordable, two, and I say affordable because I'm going to have to order it from a European vendor. And so right there, you're doubling the price of the record, because of that extra postage. But the Throbbing Gristle, I mean, I would like to get their first, because they have a reissue for their debut album.
I have with Throbbing. I like almost everything that's spun out of Throbbing Gristle better than Throbbing Gristle.
Oh, absolutely.
The only Throbbing Gristle stuff that I really like is the reunion stuff that they did by the 2000. This is almost all good, I think. But the only early Throbbing Gristle record that I actually sold most. I had original pressings of Second Annual Report, and
nice.
I parted from that because the only one I like to listen to is DOA, is the one actually featuring Hamburger Lady. I think it's the greatest song from the early time.
Yeah,
and that's the only one I need to have, actually.
This also has Hamburger Lady on it.
Yeah.
Well, the top I have has Hamburger Lady on it, but it's the same thing with
Nice.
And I guess talking earlier about the difficulty to get into Merzbau, I think a track like Hamburger Lady is literally probably one of the earliest tracks that would open you up to harsh noise.
I'll give that a listen to. Hamburger Lady said, I'll give that a listen.
You haven't heard it?
No, he's probably heard it, but
I
sometimes
probably heard it, but it's not something I would have constantly. Oh man, I got it. I'm sure I have. I mean, I've listened to so much.
Or convince people. Convince people.
You guys got to realize I've been around maybe 20 years longer than some of you guys, so I've heard like so much. But Stunty, my God, he's younger than I am, and his knowledge is so vast.
But it's also about everything you forget, not just everything we learn. Like, there's the stuff also that like it's easy to not notice it too much because it's a bit light on the like. Here's a really good record of electronic. You were talking about Human League. I love Human League, but I think most of the records don't give you as much as they could have given you.
Not nearly as good as Travelogue or Circus of Death. The real early stuff I dug.
Yeah, but a band that like is probably not really considered that much. I'm sure you like them, Michael, but
the old stuff.
No, but a different band I'm talking about is that is something you can still find on the cheap. It's like electropop as well, and it's this.
Whoa.
I am familiar, but I need to give that a listen.
Whoa, that looks like a lot of fun.
I need to give
it's a really good, catchy electronic pop. Very electronic with some singing, some catchy singing.
Yeah. Is that Russian or Greek alphabet that looks Cyrillic?
Here, no, it's a fake. See?
Okay.
It's fake Russian, like Physical Asylum, the first track here.
I see.
Okay.
Nice.
Like they put some effort. It's
well, it was funny that who brought up
and I think it's a band from Norway, if I remember correctly.
Who was that brought up Killing Joke? Was that you, Richard?
Yeah, that I've got that. I think it's 4 or 5 albums of the singles.
Are you or Sean familiar with a pub that used to be downtown called the Town Pump?
In Chicago?
No, downtown Detroit.
No.
Oh, no. Last time I was at a club in Detroit was at Menjo's, and that would have been in the 1990s.
I remember Menjo's. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was down the street from Bookies. But the reason why I brought that up,
escorted to the club from your car.
Well, the reason why I brought that up is because, and literally this was on like a weekday, like a Tuesday or Wednesday afternoon, like 2-3 o'clock. I'm sitting in the Town Pump, and the bartender comes over to, because it's a circular bar, so there's people sitting on the other side. And there's this one guy sitting on the other side, and I'm looking at him. I'm saying, I know this guy. Why do I know this guy? He's really dark, bushy eyebrows, matty hair. I'm like, why do I? Bartender goes over. Hey, you know who that is? I go, who? He goes, that's Jazz Coleman of Killing Joke. I went, I knew it. Jazz just chilling, just sitting at a bar like this, having a drink. Jazz Coleman of Killing Joke. That was so cool.
Do you know a bar that was in Detroit called Todd's? You remember Todd's?
Absolutely, dude. I used to haunt that place.
Yeah. Me and my friends, we lived in that bar.
We did too, man. They had a Todd's reunion.
Please don't be creepy, guys, huh?
We had a Todd's reunion. I think it was last year, and I totally missed it. All of the old people. Then you know Charles. You remember Charles English.
We used to sit in the booth while Charles English would be spinning the records, and we would be trying to get him to play. We'd be trying to get him to play stuff, and of course he tried to ignore us. And
he did. Oh, he was dude. Charles was so embracing. He would always hug me, and we would ask him for songs. He'd play them all the time.
Did you know Dennis, the bartender, Dennis?
Yes.
Yeah.
God, get a room, guys.
Yeah, we knew Dennis. So Dennis used to let us stay in the bar after they closed and spin records after they closed. We would stay there till 5 o'clock in the morning, spinning records, drinking beer. Yeah.
You guys don't know, man. Todd's, wow.
Yeah, that was just the greatest. You talk about a great mix of people and music. They played goth and house and techno and just an amazing mix of music, and there were people, every kind of person you can imagine was in there, just jumping around the dance floor, and that was just such a cool period.
I used to hang out with
describing and the type of music you're talking about. It's funny because it's literally like giving me an opening with the record I'm holding in my hands, because we talked about a lot of music from the 80s, late 70s, 80s that was underground but also very influential, and sometimes from these scenes emerged a bunch of tracks that became massive, but massive in a way that has kind of been forgotten. And now people will think this is a deep cut. And no, it's like a major, massive hit from the time. And one of these for me, which I've always thought like this is one of the best pop songs ever. It's...
Oh, of course, dude.
Fat Gadget? Yeah, Fat Gadget. Yeah.
One of my best friends who I've known all my life, I mean, I've known him since I was 15 and he was 12 when we met. But when he went off to college, he went to U of M in Ann Arbor, and in the early 80s. And one of the things that Collapsing New People always reminds me of is him, because when that came out, man, play Collapsing New, we'll play Collapsing New People all the time.
Yeah, it's a hit. It's super funky, and it's also very angular. But really, I think it's difficult to make people who are a little bit younger, and it's cool that Chris, who's 33, realizes that these songs up until like at least the mid 90s, you would play that in a club that was not like a house or techno club.
Really?
Like, it wouldn't be like, it would be totally normal to play stuff like that. It was a song that was played on rock radios throughout the 80s, 90s, and now it's sort of like, you'd find it like on a hip post-punk podcast, and people will, wow, this is amazing. Now, there's probably at least 50 different pressings of that single throughout around the world from back then.
A college radio loved the Fat Gadget.
Yeah.
They loved Fat Gadget.
I mean, it is pop music, but it just happens to be electronic, a little bit dark. But like the singer, like Frank Tovey, that was the edge that band also had. He's a real singer. After he stopped doing Fat Gadget, he went on to have a solo career where he was basically singing country blues.
Really?
Yeah, Frank Tovey's solo records are sort of country records.
Oh.
I DJ'd a venue last month downtown Detroit, and one of the things that I like to do is I like to throw stuff in that nobody's ever heard of, and I like to be really daring in my repertoire. And it's basically a place that plays a lot of techno, a lot of house, just dance music in general. So I do on, ABBA, Dancing Queen, because you can get almost any generation to dance to that. But I played a Liebach song. I played Liebach.
Yeah.
And got away with it, bro. And got away with it. I love sneaking stuff like that, and I will do that in a heartbeat. And people will go, what the hell is that?
That's what I did with my Sunrise. Like, I'll just go to random bars or wherever. I'll just try to pop on some Sunrise.
Pop it on.
Yeah. You just see me at the end of the bar just smiling, just dancing along.
I'm a bit spoiled with that, because as there was a time in my music life where I was regularly playing in front of 800, 1,000 people, up to 5,000, and then you learn to not be a terrorist.
Well, that's a whole different situation. Come on, dude.
Yeah. No, but it is like, in the sense, like all the old Chicago house that I love the most, that is like my favorite dance music, like the 87, 90 Jack in House. You can't play. I want to play it all the time, and when I started DJing professionally, I was playing this stuff, but now I realize with the current sound systems and the other track, the way it's mixed and all that, you can't play these tunes to
like this guy
audience.
here.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's too stripped down. It's too lo-fi.
Yeah.
That's part of the charm.
This comes
But
out
like
really
when
thin.
you play to a party,
Yeah.
Unless it's a small party or house party, like it will be problematic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done festivals too, but not in front of a concentrated crowd of 1,000. And they were scattered all over the grounds. But if you're right there and there's 1,000 people right there looking at, there's no way in the world I'm following Abba with Ibach. I know where I'm at.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like when you're playing at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, peak time in a club, and like you play that shit, either you have to be God already, and they worship you, but otherwise, like being a terrorist is a little bit overrated, I think, in music.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm so sorry, but I've got to go. I gotta run.
I think everyone got to go. So
I'm trying to eat now.
And if you
I actually have another stream coming up in an hour. So
thank you, Stunty. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks
thank you, Sean, for stopping by.
Sean, pleasure meeting you, man. Take
Thank
care.
you all.
I'll just show one last record since I'm the host. In line with that, but Collapsing with New People was a hit back then. I'm going to show a single from a band that had lots of hit, and this one has never been considered a hit of them, but with a modern perspective, like with what worked back then might not work as well now, and some stuff that they did back then works better, I think, now, is this.
Oh, come on.
You got me on that one.
Susie and the Banshees? Oh,
is that what that is?
But Peekaboo, which is not their biggest song, but it has such an infectious groove. It also has something that should disqualify it. It has an accordion solo in the middle of the song, which just means that this should now, but it actually works. Like the DD song, the big song that gets used in every Netflix show.
Oh yeah.
It has also an accordion solo in it.
Oh my God! I used to think Susie.
Although I thought
she was so sexy, man. I actually saw them in concert. Do you remember when Susie Sue and Budgie went off on their own? They did Creatures.
Creatures, yeah, of course. The first.
I saw that. I saw that live tour. I saw that tour live. I kind of dug the music that they did.
Well, I think it's better than anything that Susie
Wasn't it
has
cool?
done personally. From a DJ perspective, I think. I mean, not every single track, but seriously, the big tracks, the big hits from Susie and the Banshees that are kind of timeless. You got Israel that really works well still today. What else?
Oh, you can. Well, I mean, I really like their version of Passengers. I really did the Passenger.
No, but I'm saying like what works well, like for a crowd, like what is like sort of like.
Oh, what works well for a crowd?
Cities in the Dust.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Cities. Yup. Yup. Cities, and I'll tell you why. Because growing up during that era, that was really a big song.
Yeah.
You put that on the club, people are out there, man. Yup. Cities and Dust is good.
Oh shoot! What's up?
But it's like I think often that Susie and the Banshee is the kind of band that usually had like only one great song per album. Maybe two.
I don't know. There's a lot on Juju, man. Juju's
awesome.
Great stuff, bro.
For me, I think their most complete album, the ones that works the best from start to end, is weirdly enough, it's their last one, The Rapture from '96. Produced by Brian Eno, who I don't particularly love, but that one.
How dare you? He's my god.
I thought it was Richie Sakamoto.
No. He's
your line.
Ryuichi Sakamoto. I didn't say Ryuichi Sakamoto was my favorite musician of all forever. I said he's one. I think he's the greatest. One of my favorite composers of the 20th century.
Rewind the stream.
Yeah.
Brian Eno is responsible for me getting where I am. He's my dad.
Was this a cover of the Iggy Pop, The Passenger we're talking about?
Yes. And they do a great cover.
You know, another great cover.
I'll have to save that one for our next Gunkles cover versus original.
As a matter of fact, on YouTube, Richard, put in Passenger Susie and the Banshees. They did a video to it. She's in a ball and she's spinning around. It's really cool.
Richard, forget about the Passenger cover. Like, go if you want a great, like the greatest cover the Banshees ever did. It's the Beatles. It's Dear Prudence.
Oh, it's great. That's a great one too. That's an awesome cover.
Like I think it's better than the original.
We already did that one, except it was Tori Amos's cover, which is fucking.
Susie does a great version of it.
It's actually better than the original, I think, because the original is kind of stripped down, and John Lennon, he does a little bit too much to give life to it. And in the context of a sort of minimal post-punk with lots of energy but minimal, it works wonders because she's got this voice that creates a nice contrast with it. And she can go deep in the voice. It's not cutesy. Like Tori Amos, it's like
it's safe. Tori Amos is safe. So,
well, this was a real experimental cover that she did, and I just really hated it.
Should have never tried, I guess, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, Stunty, man, it's great talking to you again. Wow, this has been an awesome conversation. And finally, I'm talking about like the wells that I dive into all the time. I really enjoy talking about the really obscure stuff.
But we also acknowledge that a lot of that is not as obscure as a lot of people think it is, and that's
well, Well, I'm not talking about the Banshee stuff, but when we get back into Esquivel and some of the early, I mean, that's way out of the range of most.
But it's just part of the whole thing, and like if you only go for, I mean, for us it's obvious, and maybe it's not as obvious for everyone. Like just talking about that Iggy Pop song Passengers, like maybe like if you ask the VC, like name your favorite 10 Iggy Pop songs, maybe it's not going to be ever named, like I don't know, but so it is a matter of perspective again, but and the perspective again is that when you say that something is obscure, but you look at it from a sort of statistical point of view, yeah, sure. When you listen to Yes, Rush, Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, like all of that might seem, the stuff we've been talking about might seem sort of niche, but in reality, people who are only listening to the kind of stuff I just mentioned, that's a niche. You're only listening to one type of music,
right. And Yellow Magic Orchestra is suddenly exotic.
Like, right. How in what world the only metric is the most popular, the biggest numbers, whereas like if you look at science as at love, at business even, what's the richest is the one who's got the most type of different experiences. In if you look for a job, if you're, I mean, there will be exceptions, but someone who has a lot of experience in different fields and managed to connect them, that's something that you want to have in your team. Anyways.
I hear you. I feel you. Sure.
I just like the Beatles, but like saying that the Beatles is the alpha and the omega is tiresome in the
I'm just so blown out by the Beatles. I'm just so tired, and it doesn't mean it doesn't mean I don't like hearing certain songs by them.
Yeah.
But man, some people are so obsessed. It's crazy.
The Beatles are nowhere near being the problem. It's the people. It's the people who don't, who decided, okay, this is the alpha and the omega, and I don't need to go and look beyond. That's where the problem is. That's And the first people who would say so would be Paul McCartney himself.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I hear you,
guys.
Well, thanks for doing this, Stunty. I mean, this would be,
you know what?
I know your Friday night show is a regular thing, and on occasion I make it to listen, but it's not, not that time of day. I don't know. Something always happens to distract me because I'm making plans for the evening or whatever. This is, I hope you do something like this again.
The only problem with this is that as you remember, I plan to do 2.5 hours, and we end up doing 4 hours.
You don't need to do 4. You don't need to do 4 hours.
Yeah, I know I don't need to, but it's unavoidable.
It's just what happens. I stopped trying.
Get that egg timer.
No,
I
but
stopped trying to figure it out. It's just.
But the problem is that when you do that, remember that StreamYard only gives you 20 hours a month free of charge. And
that's why you need to set that egg timer and just go, oh, boom,
exactly.
We're done now, folks. Hey, we'll pick this up later.
Yeah.
But that's not how a normal and nice human interaction works. So that's sort of
that's true. But we are all victims of. Well, I won't say victim because victim makes you sound like you are a helpless participant.
No, we chose this.
But we all have to deal with reality.
Yeah.
But if you go watch the beginning when we talk about reality versus perception.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather read a book about it.
Well,
we made some good points.
In closing, though, Stunty, I've been watching you. I just haven't gone into the chance, and I'm like, I hope Stunty does, bring people up soon, one of these days. And then when I saw the notification, I said, "Oh, dude, I got to jump on there while Stunty's doing this," because I wanted a chance to at least talk to you again and say hey and all that stuff.
No, I see you're around. But okay, everyone, if you haven't already, go and check Chris' channel. I don't know if I still have. Yeah. Look at that. I think I still have Chris's channel address here.
Aww.
I think. Yeah. And
I can still post it in the comments later in the video. It's all good.
I'll talk to you.
Normally, I shouldn't hype it because I kind of get. He's a source of, for me, one of the rare sources of like digging ideas, but what can you do?
Hey, man, it's all about sharing. That's how I found you, and I really do appreciate the invite and being a part of this.
North Scenic Route, is that the name of the channel?
That's it. Yes, sir. That's the name of my all right, cool. My stage name. I conduct an orchestra. There's videos of that on there. My personal music is up on there, and then the show that I've been starting for the past couple months is up there.
Awesome.
I'm starting to do interviews. I'm interviewing my friends that are here in Atlanta, just local musicians, if they got something going on or whatever. I'm just starting to have people come on now. So.
See, he's already shilling.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers, Daniel. We spoke about you earlier during the stream.
Mm.
Thank you, Kroiners. Thank you, Jens. And I'll try to do at least once a month for 3 hours, and if I can hold back to 2 hours, then I'll try to do 2 or 3 a month if I can. But like if I do that, I know some people probably are annoyed by that, but then tip your host of the the day.
A coffee jar.
All right.
So, bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, guys.
Take care, everybody.